The following is a production of Golden Boy Media and Entertainment.
Fantasy Springs Resort and Casino, and the next generation is coming your way. Herrera from Mexico making a second fight. Joshua Frankel coming off a huge knockout in Dallas. Cesar Diaz from Palmdale, California, 2-0, 2 KOs, exciting. And then from Chihuahua, Oscar Duarte. That's next on BrinkTV.com. I keep Garcia's word. Right across the face. Sun is setting in November. That's the Fantasy Springs Resort and Casino. The home away from home for Golden Boy in the desert. About an hour and a half east. Another good afternoon of boxing coming your way. 4 good fights lining up. We're inside the special event center. The first fight is making their way to the ring. I'm Beto Duran over here. This is Doug Fisher, and close to you because I know you want to get really, really close to the one and only Steve Kim, a man who's been busy this week. News and notes coming up your way. All kinds of great stuff in boxing. It was what did you call it, October? Darktober?
Darktober. It was dark. It was bleak, but it's over.
And it's over. Well, a lot of boxing coming your way. Doug's mailbag, we're going to get into that. But right now in the ring, Marvin Cabrera and Steve Andrade, as Pablo, our ring announcer, is ready to go. Another presentation by Golden Boy Promotions.
Ladies and gentlemen, good evening and welcome to another night of prize fighting boxing. Being brought to you by Oscar de la Hoya's Golden Boy Promotions in association with Cerveza Tecate Born Bold. And it's all happening here at the Fantasy Springs Resort and Casino in Indio, California, USA. This bout is set for 4 rounds of boxing in the middleweight division. Sanctioned by the California State Athletic Commission, Commissioner John Carvelli, Executive Officer Andy Foster, your timekeeper Mike Millsap, physicians in ringside Doctors Jeff Roberts and Kelly Tucker, your 3 judges scoring Sergio Cais, Pat Russell, and Alejandro Rochin, and your 3rd man inside the ring, Rudy Barragan. Introducing to you first the fighter standing in the blue corner wearing red and gold. His official weight, 154.5 pounds. Presentando ustedes en la esquina Tecate Azul, vistiendo calzoncillo rojo con oro, con un peso de 154.5 libras. Professionally, he stands with 2 victories, 1 loss, and 1 victory coming by the way of knockout. From Atlanta, Georgia, Steven Andrade. And his opponent across the ring standing in the red corner wearing the Mexican colors of green, white, and red. His official weight, 156.6 pounds. Y su rival en la esquina Tecate Roja, vistiendo los colores mexicanos verde, blanco y colorado, con un peso de 156.6 libras. He stands with 1 victory, no loss, and that victory coming by the way of knockout. Representing LA, California, USA, Marvin Cabrera. And here's your 3rd man inside the ring to give the final instructions, Rudy Barragan.
Chief second, come on in. All right, guys, you've already gotten your instructions in the back, okay? I need for you to obey my commands at all times and protect yourselves at all times, okay? Come on fighting when you hit the bell. Good luck.
And let's look at the tail of the tape for our opening bout, Doug Fisher.
Yeah, Cabrera is the younger man at age 22. Age 23. He is 7 years younger than Andrade, and he has a slight reach advantage. However, Steven Andrade is 1 inch taller at 6'1".
4 rounds in the super welterweight division. Cabrera coming in at 156 pounds. It was as usual in this young division, or the younger fighters. It's trying to find the weight that we're going to get at to. Let's agree to it. And we are underway. Marvin Cabrera, the southpaw in the white, from Mexico City, Mexico. A huge amateur background. This is only his second professional sanctioned fight, but he was part of that World Series of Boxing, guys. And Doug, I showed you, he has 17 fights fighting all over the world, so he has a huge amateur background.
Yeah, and the World Series of Boxing is basically an organization that groups together the best amateurs in the world, puts them on teams based on the country they fight out of, and it pits them against each other in semi-professional format. So they don't have headgear, and the bouts are scheduled for 5 rounds. So it's kind of like the semi-pros before you turn pros.
And Doug, that organization or that league is actually funded by AIBA, and there's been some controversy. A lot of the fighters that participated in that structure were actually promised this would not go on your professional records. But I know a lot of commissions believe if you have headgear and you're in smaller gloves, that is a professional fight. And I know there's been some bookkeeping discrepancies in regards to those who participated in the WSB.
Yeah, technically, it's not amateur because they were getting paid.
Yeah.
It was a stipend that was involved.
Or, Doug, they were getting paid over the table instead of under it.
Exactly. And depending on the record-keeping agency, those bouts either count or if they don't. So if you go to Marvin Cabrera's record on BoxRec.com, he's 1-0. But if you go to Fight Facts Incorporated, it's 13 wins, 5 losses.
Cabrera getting some experience fighting in China, in Mexico. He fought the Mexico City Guerreros, also Cuba and Algeria. So he's not your typical 1-0 fighter. He's trained by former world champion Daniel Ponce de Leon from Mexico City, now living in Southern California. Made the move to Ponce's gym to get the experience with him. He's a southpaw. Tall fighter, made his debut, his professional debut with Golden Boy in October, a first-round KO. Barely broke a sweat for that one.
Yeah, so it was hard to judge what his style was or what the level of athleticism and ring generalship he has off of his pro debut. But he looks pretty good here. You do see some ring generalship, and that speaks to his experience. And you mentioned the different countries that he fought in. So he was facing a lot of different styles in facing the Cuban boxers or the European boxers or the Eastern Bloc boxers.
Taking on Steven Ironman Andrade from Atlanta, Georgia, in his 4th professional fight. Andrade, Orthodox fighter, is 2-1. Last time he was in the ring, he lost a decision, 4 rounds. That was in Michigan. First time in California, though, taking on Marvin Cabrera. Our opening bout on the night of Mauricio Herrera, Pablo Cesar Cano. Final seconds of the opening round. It is scheduled for 4 between Cabrera and Andrade in India.
When I made my pro debut, I was very excited. Just like any other boxer going inside the ring, I was nervous. I was just more excited to make my pro debut. I was very confident with the preparation I have done for that fight, and I thought my opponent was going to be a little tougher, but I was able to get him out early. But I was happy with the victory, and I'm hoping that this opponent will present a tougher challenge. The only thing that surprised me was the power punches. Even though it was a short fight, I felt my opponent's power. That's really the only thing that surprised me, how small the gloves were and how much harder professionals hit.
History, ladies and gentlemen, former 5-time world champion.
And there you see Marvin Cabrera with his trainer, Daniel Ponce de Leon, who have double duties after this one. Ponce gets suited and booted, works the Spanish broadcast later on tonight. Second round, Marvin Cabrera and Steven Andrade. Cabrera, mentioned from Mexico City. Mom, mandando saludos a Filiberto y a Francisca, 2 brothers. His older brother, Ivan Cabrera. They're watching in Mexico City, en el barrio de Coacalco. Saludos a toda la gente que nos está mirando en el Distrito Federal. And as always, use the hashtag RingTVLive, and we will get your tweets. Durant Sports, Dougie Fisher, Steve, UCN Live, interactive all night long here from Indio. Marvin Cabrera, guys, in the southpaw stance, is really right-handed. The only thing he does as a lefty, box. But he went into a gym as a kid, and he just had the natural stance for him, threw some punches, knocked down some kids, so they left him as a lefty.
Stop.
So that would suggest that his lead hand right now, his right hand, is a stronger part of his body. So he should have a pretty strong jab. and a strong right hook, of course.
Doug, that's very reminiscent of former heavyweight champion Michael Moore. He was actually turned around. He was a natural right-hander, and you see him right there. He does, and that's a good right hook.
There it is. Drops Andrade here in the second
3,
round. Early in the
4,
second round, good shot
5,
landed by the Mexican Marvin
6,
Cabrera.
7, 8.
Iron Man has the tattoo
Good.
on his neck.
Come on
Actually,
over.
has the
Come on
Iron
over.
Man. Doug, you're in
We
the
good?
comic books. Iron
All right.
Man logo.
Yeah, Iron
on
Man.
his chest.
Yeah, the Iron Man colors. He has nice trunks, and his robe was beautiful as well. Too bad he isn't actually suited up in Iron Man gear because these punches are starting to take an effect on him.
The Iron Man tattoo on his chest has boxing, so he might need those. Wearing it right now for Marvin Cabrera. Trying to move around, Ism getting hit with that shot to the body. The southpaw from Mexico City. Body
10
work
seconds,
again. Final seconds of the second round. It is all Cabrera as Andrade went down twice in this round, and he will survive it.
Time. I'm going to talk to him right now. See if he wants to continue.
And it is over. The fight has been stopped. Wait a minute. Barragan has stopped the fight.
Fight's over.
Beto, as Andre got to his corner, the ringside physician that you see standing right over us asked a very simple question: do you want to continue? And I think it was an easy choice at that point. I think Cabrera had really started to roll downhill, and Andre simply had no answers for either hand of the Mexican southpaw.
Good for that corner, keeping that man in the corner. He suffered some abuse from Marvin Cabrera. A lot of heart from Steven Andrade coming in from Atlanta, but Cabrera dropped him twice in that round.
Right, that's a 10-7 round. It's almost impossible in a 4-round bout to come back from that kind of a deficit. That's what you would call an insurmountable lead. Definitely didn't look like Andrade was going to be able to pull a rabbit out of the hat by knocking him out.
Marvin Cabrera, trained by Daniel Ponce de Leon, found each other via Facebook. He would send messages to Ponce about tips on how to train, how to do this. And finally, Ponce is like, come to the United States.
Yeah, how does boxing exist without social media? It's amazing.
Right? How did they find Ponce when he got back in the...
Ponce, hey, he's doing a good job as a trainer. A little bit of a boxing renaissance man these days.
Ponce actually showed he had a sweet ring on, given to him by the WBO for the 2006 knockout of the year. Said he knocked out a Thai fighter. Who was it? I don't know. But I got a ring out of it.
Look Mahanak.
Is that what it was?
Yeah, Steve dubbed him "Look Out."
Yeah, that was actually on an undercard of a major pay-per-view show in Las Vegas.
It was a rematch too, and the
They said it
Thai
was
guy
Shane
had given
Mosley,
him
right?
trouble in the first fight.
Yeah. But he took care of business in the rematch, just like his pupil. Cabrera's taking business in the ring tonight, learning well. The retired southpaw teaching the young up-and-coming southpaw a thing or two. And I thought, Steve, Cabrera was really at his best when he was putting those punches together.
Yeah, and I think this fight was much more instructive, much more valuable. The last fight, as we talked about it off there, it wasn't just soft, it was Charmin soft. Here I thought we saw more of his skill set. I think he does a very crafty job as a turned-around right-hander who boxes left-handed. Very, very sneaky in terms of turning that jab into a hook, and I think that's going to be one of his main weapons moving forward.
And our announcer Pablo's ready. I'm ready. Everybody's ready. And so is the bell.
Ladies and gentlemen, at the end of round number 2, we have your winner by the way of knockout Al finalizar el round número 2, su ganador por la vía del knockout, LA Cali, Marvin Cabrera.
Entonces, todo del Distrito Federal celebrating with Marvin Cabrera. And good-looking young fighter signed by Golden Boy Promotions. Make sure you send us a tweet. Yes, we get you the shout-out, Rokus. Boxing Rokus. I think I'm saying that right. Thanks for the follow. He's watching it right now. Also, congratulations to Sal Sanchez, the younger brother of Emilio Sanchez. The last time we were on the air, he was fighting in Ontario. Sal, on the B side, went up against the opponent and got the victory. So the pro, not an amateur, he's now 2-0 for the 19-year-old from San Fernando, now training with Joel Antonio Diaz in Coachella. And Joel Antonio will be busy later on as Cesar Diaz will be in the corner, as will Oscar Duarte. That'll be our third and fourth fight of the night. Coming up next is Joshua Franco and Felipe Rivas. Thanks for watching. We're at the Fancy Springs Resort and Casino. Beto Duran, Doug Fisher, and Steve Kim. We mentioned in our opening, Steve, it was Darktober, but now I saw a tweet today. How many fights do we have between now and the end of the year that you sent out?
Well, I think there's a lot of good ones, and I think the highlight of the boxing schedule takes place tomorrow at the T-Mobile Arena in Las Vegas on HBO pay-per-view. The showdown for all the marbles at 175. Doug, I don't know if it's going to sell. I don't know if it really transcends the hardcore boxing fan. But I think as an industry, boxing needs more fights like this. Andre Ward challenging light heavyweight champion Sergey Kovalev.
Yeah, and I don't know about outside the boxing community, the boxing bubble, but within the industry and among hardcore fans, particularly in social media and online, people can't wait for this fight because it's so hard to pick a winner. You talk to 10 fans, 5 of them have Andre Ward, and they have really good reasons for picking him, and 5 of them are picking the Crusher, and they've got really good reasons for backing the Russian defending title holder.
And Doug, you have the mailbag every Friday and Monday. What's been the overall vibe as this fight has been worked towards?
It's good, healthy debate. You know, it's not nasty. You know what I mean? The folks
Yet.
who are pro-war, yeah, maybe
Yet.
in Vegas
Yet.
might be some set tripping there, but at least online and within social media and in comment section, people are enjoying the debate and trying to work out in their heads how these styles are going to work out in the ring. You have the boxer, stalking puncher in Kovalev, and you have the master technician / neutralizer ring general in Andre Ward. Who is going to be able to impose his skill and will on the other, and how are they going to do it? People are geeking out on that.
And more news and notes coming your way on the other side of this break. Steve Kim's news and notes, Doug Fisher's mailbag, and 6 more fights coming up from the Fancy Springs Resort and Casino in Indio, California. You're watching Ring TV.
here tonight. DJ Ray got you covered. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen, with our next fight, bantamweights. 6 rounds of action, representando Mexico, making his way into the ring, Felipe Rivas.
Welcome back to the Fantasy Springs Resort and Casino, another production from Golden Boy Media and Entertainment. Executive Vice President David Tatro, Scott Tatro, and Vice President Will Wright at the helms. Beto Duran, Steve Kim, and Doug Fisher. That is Felipe Rivas coming into the ring. 31-year-old from Nogales, Sonora, Mexico. A traveled veteran. Will be taking on a fighter 10 years younger than him. And there you see him from San Antonio, out of the Robert Garcia Boxing Academy in Riverside. They call him the professor because he looks like a college professor. Normally he has glasses. He don't have the elbow patches jacket, but he does look like a studious one. That is Joshua Franco, 21 years old, 7-0, 4 KOs. Mentioned, trained by Robert Garcia. His father, Jesse Rodriguez, also in his corner, coming into a song by Regulo Caro.
And Beto, you mentioned the fighting family that is the Franco family. You mentioned Bam Rodriguez, the younger brother. Robert Garcia told me about 2 weeks ago he assigned him to a managerial deal. Very highly touted amateur, and he'll be fighting under the Taken Promotions banner. He'll be fighting in both Japan and the States.
Bam Rodriguez in attendance here tonight. He is 16 years old. He has to wait till he's 17, which will be next year, to turn pro. As our ring announcer, Pablo from Tijuana, is ready to go.
Ladies and gentlemen, 6 rounds of boxing in the bantamweight division. 6 rounds de combate en la división de peso gallo. Your 3 judges scoring this bout in ringside. Sus 3 jueces, Sergio Caiz, Pat Russell, and Rudy Barragan. And when the action begins, your 3rd man, el tercero en la superficie, Ray Corona. Introducing to you first, the fighter standing in the blue corner, wearing white trunks. His official weight, 117.8 pounds. Presentando ustedes en la esquina Tecate Azul, vistiendo calzoncillo blanco, con un peso de 117.8 libras. Professionally, he stands with 19 victories, 16 losses, 4 draws, and 12 of those victories coming by the way of knockout. Presenta un récord de 19 victorias, 16 derrotas, 4 empates y 12 de esas victorias por la vía del knockout. De Nogales, Sonora, Felipe Rivas. And his opponent across the ring, standing in the red corner, wearing gold, white, and brown. His official weight, 117.8 pounds. Y su rival en la esquina Tecate Roja, vistiendo calzoncillo color oro con blanco y café, con un peso de 117.8 libras. Professionally, he stands at 7 victories, no losses, and 4 of those victories coming by the way of knockout. Presenta un récord perfecto de 7 victorias, 0 derrotas y 4 de esas victorias por la vía del knockout. De San Antonio, Texas, the undefeated Joshua Franco.
Got the protector. Right here is good. A little high. So aquí está bien, no? Touch gloves. God bless. Rudy.
Ready to go. Referee Ray Corona in the ring. Bantamweight division action coming your way. Both of them weighing 117.8 pounds. Let's look at the tail of the tape for this one, Doug.
Franco at age 21 is 10 years younger than Rivas. He is also 1 inch taller, and he has a slight reach advantage.
Ready?
Joshua Franco in the gold. Last time we saw him, Dallas Cowboys, the stadium. A big experience for a fighter from Texas, and he had a huge knockout of Brian Bazan. Knocked him down 3 times, and the last one, Steve, I remember all of us looking at each other like, wow, where's this power been?
You know, I say it all the time. Sometimes it's not if you win, it's how you win. And that was an eye-opening victory, Doug, because I thought what he showed in that particular outing was a certain type of explosion and the ability to accelerate that I don't think he had exhibited before.
No, absolutely not.
the difference between his pro debut and that fight was like night and day. It was like he literally grew up right before our eyes, even during the course of that fight, because if you remember in round 1, he had a wobbly moment. He got hurt because Brian DAZN was a very solid fighter. He's a prospect in his own right, somebody who's managed or maybe even trained by Eric Morales. And he came in there looking to win, a guy who had some power, and they went at it for 3 rounds, but it was Joshua Franco who broke the Tijuana fighter down and scored a spectacular knockout.
And that fighter, Brian DAZN, Zona Norte, Eric Morales gym, that's where he was at. He came in very confident to that fight, and Franco at the end knocked him out with the 3rd shot. It was a huge uppercut. It's one of those that went viral also. You're like, okay, well, this is the big knockout from that night. That was with Canelo.
It really was. Man, I love his left hook to the body against Rivas so far.
That's something that Franco said. He went back and watched that fight against DAZN. Said he realized he got caught because he was in a rush. He went back and watched our broadcast, which everybody can do if you go to the YouTube for Golden Boy Boxing, and you can see every single replay of these young fighters. Said he noticed his hands were down and he got caught because he was making mistakes, and that's something that he went back to the gym with Robert Garcia and really focusing on.
And that's the mark of a young fighter who is going to improve. If he looks at his fights and not just watches the highlights like fans do, but watches for the imperfections, watches for the shortcomings, and then works in the gym to correct those flaws.
Franco started boxing at the age of 13. His dad was huge Mike Tyson fan. His grandfather was a big boxing fan in San Antonio. His favorite fighter was Fernando Vargas. Finally, at the age of 13, he was a little guy. They took him into the gym. Said he hasn't left since. While Felipe Panterita Rivas, Nogales, Mexico.
Oh, he got buzzed.
Franco again.
Franco got buzzed. And I was about to say that you could tell that Rivas has some ring craft due to his experience, because he was covering up very well, waiting for the opportunity to nail the young man.
Doug, I believe that was a left hook that came over a low right guard of Franco.
Right hand. As Rivas is playing referee, saying keep him up here.
It's an interesting round to score.
All my family came out, my friends, and I hadn't fought in a home since the amateur, so it was good. I also got a good knockout, so it was a great fight for me. Yeah, I guess I got just really emotional because it was a tough fighter. You know, it was kind of like a little step up for me. Yeah, I guess, and then just my family and friends were there also, so it was just all in one together. So I just got really excited after I knocked him out. With an experienced opponent, I guess I'm just learning just to maybe get more rounds. Like if I could get more rounds, and if I could knock him out, then I knock him out as well. And so I'm just mostly, I guess, just want to get experience.
And there you see Joshua Franco, friends and family watching in San Antonio. Keep the tweets coming. Do the hashtag RingTV Live. We are checking them out, as is Tony in San Diego. Also San Diego State alum Carla Lustenau, Director of Travel for Golden Boy, watching back in Whittier. Thanks for the support, Carla, as always, and for booking us first class every single time we fly. Beto Duran, Steve Kim, and Doug Fisher. Oh, you don't get that?
Am I missing out on this?
Greyhound takes great care of me. But you're right, Joshua Franco was stung a little bit by keeping that hand down. And his opponent, Felipe Rivas, saying, keep those body shots up. Good first round.
Yeah, that's going to be an interesting round in terms of how the official judges scored it. Now, I scored it for Rivas. Steve scored it for Franco. And you can make a great case for either of them, because Franco really did the most damage. He landed the cleaner, harder shots throughout the round. But this is professional boxing, and that wobbly moment, if the judges noticed it, may have swayed them to score that round for the veteran.
You guys have been around this longer than I have, but when you talk to these journeymen, these veterans, especially the ones that come from Mexico, they have no fear at all, do they? I was talking to Rivas a little bit, like, what do you know about your opponent? Huh? I know he's young.
Yeah, he's young, undefeated.
He's like, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, like about 15 other guys. It's particularly at these lighter weight classes, and if you're somebody who turned pro to make some money, you weren't like an amateur standout, you've always had to work hard for your paycheck. And it's just another day at the office.
And you look at Rivas, how crafty he is, guys. He's a veteran of 39 professional fights, and if you look at his record, he's fought 9 undefeated fighters. So throw out the record and just look inside the record, and really what it says is seasoning.
Steve, that's a great point. That's exactly what he told me when I caught up with him before the fight. Hey, who cares about my record? Most of the time, I'm on 2 days' notice. He goes, I had 3 weeks for this one. Also,
that's a luxury for him.
Yes, he's fighting at 115. Normally, he's at 108. He said, I didn't have to struggle to make any kind of weight. This was easy for me.
And Franco's having a good bounce-back round here. But one more point about Felipe Rivas, 19-16-4. You know, had a record very similar at the same stage? Orlando Salido.
Yep.
The ultimate classic Mexican Pendleton, as I like to say, in honor of Freddie Pendleton, who actually at 50 fights in was a 500 fighter, became a world champion. But a lot of these things, in boxing, your record is not always indicative of what type of fighter you really are at that moment.
And Rivas has got some ring savvy. He's crafty in there, and he's got a dangerous left hook. And Franco's going to have to come up with a defense and a counter for that shot.
And like Salido, Rivas from Nogales, Sonora, about 2 hours away from Tucson.
Ooh.
Uppercut from Franco.
And guys, that was the punch the last fight against DAZN. That was really the money winner in that point. Set that up very nicely again right there against Rivas.
I think Franco should keep going to the body, even though Rivas is complaining about it and trying to officiate his own bout. It's clear that he doesn't like it to the body, and as long as the ref isn't warning him, keep tagging him there.
That's right, ladies and gentlemen, right on over the Tecate. Formal bar area.
Right there, brother. Right there. Uno ves, I told him.
Will be in the house. Get in line now. Get your cameras ready to meet the great legendary Vinny Paz. He'll be here with us live tonight. Fantasy Springs Resort Casino. Oscar de la Hoya's Golden Boy Boxing.
Let's go, second down, my piece in.
Keep those tweets coming. We're headed to the third round. Francisco Salazar, the teacher in Ventura, also a good boxing scribe, good stories this week. Watching us, as is Liza27. Saludos, everybody
Hola.
watching. And then De Las Camisas. And then you're watching Joshua Franco in the gold against veteran Felipe Rivas. Franco from San Antonio, Texas. Mentioned his younger brother, Bam Rodriguez, signed a promotional contract. He's only 16 here in attendance. San Antonio stable also with Hector Tanahara, who's in San Antonio watching the Golden Boy prospect. Mom Maria back in San Antonio, as is his good friend Luis Carrasco, amateur fighter. Franco says, hopes that he gets better soon. Good shot by Franco. 21 years old, doesn't talk much, but he lives at that house with Tanahara, with Jonathan Navarro, with these younger fighters that Robert Garcia has signed. Basically their college dorm where they move away and they come to fight in Riverside.
Trabajo. Work, del mano. Ahí está.
Main event tonight, Mauricio Herrera, Pablo Cesar Cano. Before that'll be Keandre Gibson, undefeated Golden Boy fighter. Third round of action between two bantamweights. Undefeated Franco, 7-0, 4 KOs. He's becoming more fluid, isn't he?
No, he is. No doubt about that. I thought early on, as we saw him on our series, he looked very rigid in his movements, almost fighting against himself. He looks much smoother than he did, let's say, 3 fights ago, Beto.
Rodriguez in his past, Franco in his past has sparred Ivani Gradovic, Abner Maris,
Carlos Cuadras.
Carlos Cuadras. So he's got up against some battles in the gym.
Good work, and he's picked up a lot because he's got a pretty deep toolbox for somebody who's only 21 years old and just has 7 pro bouts. Now Rivas is complaining a lot about these belt line blows, but I can't see his belly button. When you can't see a fighter's belly button, the punches that land right on the belt line, generally speaking,
they're considered legal.
Yeah, Rivas strikes me as a guy you'd hate to play pickup basketball against. There'd be a lot of stops
Foul.
in the action. Yeah, a lot of
Foul.
ticky-tack stuff there.
The guy called the charge and pickup. Hey, you know, Rivas is complaining about it, but veteran referee Ray Corona doesn't say anything.
That's the only opinion that matters in there.
Ray's seen a lot in his career. Joshua the Professor Franco was homeschooled in high school, traveling all over the world and country in the amateur experience. Good combination here. Late in the third round. He was trying to move around, getting hit though. That'll do it for 3.
Want to remind the fight fans of some great days coming up. The last fight of the year brought to you by Oscar de la Hoya's Golden Boy Promotions. Friday, December 2nd, live from Velasco Theater. Golden Boy Promotions is back with Abraham and Chamaco.
All good, Doc.
Also, ladies and gentlemen, Friday, December 16th, right here, Fantasy Springs Resort Casino and live on HBO Latino. Chikoski, Shabransky takes on Sullivan Herrera. All going down on HBO Latino. Don't forget, December 17th, final one. Bernard Hopkins enters the ring for the final one against Joe Smith Jr.
Fourth round of action, Joshua Franco in the black and gold trunks, huge Spurs fan. It's Felipe Rivas in all white. Second fight of the night, working our way towards Mauricio Herrera and Pablo Cesar Cano. Both fighters coming off a loss. Both fighters very anxious to get back in that ring. Good story by Steve Kim on UCN Live about Mauricio Herrera. A very candid interview you had with him.
Listen, I think everyone knows Mauricio Herrera. He enjoys happy hour. I think that he had a dose of reality on the night of May 7th as he was blanked by Frankie Gomez. I really believe this may not be a loser leaves town match, as they say in wrestling. It's a loser might leave Golden Boy, and not by their choice. In terms of who does not come out victorious in tonight's main event.
That's the main event. Right now it's Franco and Rivas. Good left hook by Franco.
Franco had a good round 3. I think he really sort of took over this bout in the third round. Kind of gave himself some distance and started working his jab and boxing Rivas more than trying to whack him out of there. And I think he basically has put Rivas in check.
Well, I think he stabilized the action. From across the ring, I see Robert Garcia. Early on in this round, you could hear him. His instructions were very simple. Jab your way in. That's exactly what he's done for a very, very good part of round number 4 here.
It's not a hard jab, not the stiffest jab I've seen or the straightest jab, but it's kind of a pesky jab. It is establishing his range, and it's helping to set up his other punches. So it's an effective jab.
Rivas in all white, moving around that ring, just showing the veteran experience that he has. Started boxing as a professional in 2003. 19-6 with 4 draws, compared to Franco, who only has 7 professional fights. Only 26 total rounds coming into this one.
I haven't seen Rivas really throw back with any kind of authority in this 4th round, and I'm wondering if he's gone into a survival mode or not.
Well, he got hit with a good right hand there. Those jabs that he's throwing more like patter at him. Jab from Franco. You hear Robert Garcia yelling, I haven't seen a body shot. Which is very true.
That's a good coach right there, and I agree with Robert Garcia 100%. He should keep going to the body.
Well, maybe Rivas complaining got into the mind of Franco a little bit. He is 21.
Yeah, and it shouldn't. He shouldn't worry about it if Ray Corona isn't worried about it.
Final seconds of the 4th round. It is scheduled for 6 in Indio, California.
Franco working his jab, landing to the mouth area and forehead of Rivas, backing Rivas up, putting him in line for those hooks and crosses like that overhand right that just landed.
I get the sense all the momentum now is with Joshua Franco. Now, what he has to be very, very wary of, go back to round number 1. He seemed to be rolling downhill. Watch out for that trap from Rivas. Rivas might have one more good punch in that back pocket.
Yeah, that's
Mind
what I'm wondering.
your P's and Q's.
I'm seeing Rivas in the corner kind of, arguing with the referee. I'm just wondering if he's disillusioned or not.
Joshua Franco, how do you guys have this one after 4?
I have it 39-37 for Franco. I scored the first round for Rivas and the next 3 for Franco.
And Beto, I have it 40-36. First round, I still felt as though Franco, despite getting buzzed, actually did much of the damage to carry the first frame.
Good jab landed by Franco in gold. Rivas started trading with him early in the fight, then he was got into reverse mode. Hit a couple times upstairs. Breathing heavy now is the fighter, Franco Rivas in white.
That's the effect of those body shots.
Uppercut by Franco. See Rodriguez on the back of his trunks. Name of his father. Franco's his mother's last name. Left from the professor, as he was dubbed the first day he walked into the Robert Garcia Boxing Academy. They're like, no. We just signed some prospects. Who are you with the glasses? Nicknames, especially in boxing, they stick with you. Coming from an old school Mexican guy.
I think it suits Franco.
Yeah.
And the more he progresses, I think the more that nickname fits because he does a lot in there, and it's obvious that he's learning. When he gets in the ring, he teaches class. Shows his opponents what he's learned and what he can do.
Going upstairs is Franco.
Keep your head up.
Work. He's getting work right now. Last fight of the year for him. Golden Boy has shows coming up December 2nd, the Belasco Theater. Back here December 17th with Slava Shabransky, Sullivan Herrera. And the 18th at the Forum. The last one for Bernard Hopkins.
Final one.
Get off his head. Get off his head.
Doug has done extensive sit-downs with Bernard. I think you asked him one question and the show went an hour.
Yeah, that's not really an exaggeration, Beto.
That'd be a fun night, though, at the Forum.
The funny thing about that studio shoot is after our sit-down interview, which was about an hour long, he said, okay, I got to go. And he said, okay, let's just sit down for one more thing. And it was like another hour
later.
He was like, okay, now I got to go. I'm like, wait, one more thing. And then another hour. It was like 3 hours in the studio.
I just love it when he gets going about food and nutrition. Hey, when you're 51, you look like that, and you're still fighting at an elite level. Why not?
Yeah, you can preach.
We ain't listening, but you can preach. Franco gets hit with a left hook. Wears it. Still's coming. Body work, 10 seconds to go in the 5th round.
Stop. Get off his head. La campana. Tempo.
Nice action from Franco. Jab to the body, overhand right, or right over the top. A nice jab that lands, followed by a right cross.
Huge story of his life coming out, ladies and gentlemen. The new critically acclaimed film, Bleed for This, starring Miles Teller and Aaron Eckhart. The line is filling up, so hurry up, get in line, get your Sharpie, get your camera, and get ready. Former 5-time world champion, Vinny Paz. This is round number 6, your final round.
6th and final round between Joshua Franco in gold and Felipe Rivas in all white. And all Franco young 21-year-old from San Antonio, Texas. Going to earn his way against the veteran Rivas, the 31-year-old from Nogales, Sonora, Mexico. Desperation was the theme in the corner of Rivas. Been all Franco since the opening bell.
Get off his head. No knockdown. Got to keep your head up. Got to keep your head up.
Referee Ray Corona mic'd up. You hear him say no knockdown. Blood from the mouth, though, of Rivas.
Yeah, his lips are fat. The face is swelling up. He seems mentally defeated, if not physically depleted.
Stop.
Second fight this year for Rivas. Franco. This will be his 5th one. So a lot of action for the Golden Boy fighter this year. One thing that Golden Boy really doing is bringing the young kids because of that Velasco show, because of Hero Fantasy, being able to get these guys exposure, experience, and most importantly, quality rounds. Here, Razo and Roberto Diaz, matchmakers for Golden Boy, searching all over the place, trying to find guys. You know it. It's hard when somebody says, you know, oh, your guy's 7-0, yeah, I'll take him. How much you paying? Nah, I'm not showing up. It happened to Franco. Franco had a fight in October that fell through.
And Beto, you mentioned the term quality rounds. I certainly think Franco's gotten that the last 2 fights. I think the last fight against DAZN, I think you could describe it as explosive and spectacular, specifically the ending. And I think tonight, the way I would describe his outing is very steady. Had a rough moment at the end of round number 1, but I think he stabilized things just by being very, very solid. Fundamentally, it all started with that punch right there, the jab.
Another jab landed by Franco.
Stop.
Steve, I hear you say it over and over with your 2 podcasts. Styles make the fight. You got to have somebody willing to dance with you.
Yeah.
Stop. Take a step back.
No,
Not willing to engage.
A lot of the times, and again, we saw this last week, Saturday, in a fight I don't want to speak too much about because it might bore the audience. Malik Scott against Louis Ortiz. Let's face it, that was 36 rounds. I mean, I really thought Malik Scott was running the Monaco Grand Prix, not just the fight. But, I mean, Louis Ortiz is a quality heavyweight, but again, if you don't sit in the pocket with him and he has to really shuffle and move his feet, you see what happens in terms of his style and his lack of foot speed.
Come on, work. Stop.
10 seconds to go in the fight.
Time.
And we're going to call it time, a low blow. As Rivas has been complaining about it the entire 5 seconds left in the fight.
Over here.
Low blow was administered. So what goes on now? He gets how many minutes?
He gets
up to 5.
Don't do that again.
I don't think I've ever seen somebody take the
you're
full
right.
5.
Yeah. I said, don't take revenge.
Take revenge.
I said, don't take revenge.
Ray Corona, veteran referee, knows what's up. He knows what to expect. And that'll do it. 6 good rounds between Joshua Franco and Felipe Rivas in the books.
Hey, I'm all for revenge, but it was too late for revenge at this point. 5 seconds left. Nah. Take the high road, old man.
Get your check. Get your check. Go back to Mexico with the Thanksgiving money. Here we go.
There you go.
They go the distance. Franco looked, Steve, you said steady. Good work.
I think steady is a good way to describe it. And you always see different aspects of his game bout by bout, and I saw his jab on display. I saw what kind of a jab he has. It's not a shotgun jab, not a power jab, not a totally bust your face up jab, but it's a disruptive, pesky jab that sets up his other power shots that do damage.
I get the sense going forward as Franco moves up the ladder and eventually becomes a 10-round fighter, and if you ever get to that world-class level, I think this is what his fights are going to be. You're not going to have that exclamation point. He's going to have to go out there and chop wood, be very, very steady. I forecast a lot of long, hard, grinding fights for him. He's got a very, very good skill set. I don't think he has a natural one-punch eraser like he showed against DAZN. But I think that
even the
Joshua,
DAZN, I mean, he had to break him down a bit, yeah.
Franco is a kid coming along well. Just 21 years old, still a baby.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 6 rounds of boxing, we go to the judges' scorecards. All 3 judges Sergio Cais, Pat Russell, and Rudy Barragán have scored the same of 60-54. Los tres jueces Sergio Cais, Pat Russell y Rudy Barragán tienen las tarjetas idénticas de 60-54. For your winner, by the way of unanimous decision, su ganador por la vía de la decisión unánime, San Antonio, Texas, Joshua Franco.
San Antonio's very own Joshua Franco, now 8-0. Earned the decision, earned it. Good way to put it. Earned that one tonight.
Good 6 rounds for Joshua Franco as we see highlights of this fight. Franco started out fast, paid the price for being a little bit impetuous, got buzzed by a left hook, landed his share of left hooks, of course, landed his share of jabs and body shots. He has just a good overall game, Steve.
No, he does, and I thought tonight he put in a good, hard, honest night's work. It was made to earn it. These are the type of victories that Robert Diaz and Razzo, they love seeing this. Veteran matchmakers will tell you, the most overrated thing in the development of a fighter is really early first-round knockouts. Tonight, Franco got something out of this.
And we'll be back with more action from the Fancy Springs Resort and Casino in Indio. You're watching Ring TV.
Ya les di las instrucciones atrás, ¿ok? Protéjense y peleen bien, ¿ok? Toquen los guantes. Gracias.
And we are ready to go with Cesar Diaz and Jose Naranjo. Rudy Barragan is our third man in the ring. Third fight of the night here at the Fancy Springs Resort and Casino. Golden Boy Promotions bringing it to you. Beto Duran, Steve Kim, and Doug Fisher. We are underway. 4 rounds in the super bantamweight division. Cesar Omar Diaz. Omar right there on his middle of his trunks from Palmdale, California. He is 19 years old. 2 pro fights this year, both of them ending in 3rd round KOs. His opponent, Jose Naranjo, Tijuana, Mexico. Was born in Tabasco. Veteran of 30 pro rounds. He's only been fighting for 5 years. He's actually a welder by day, boxer by night. And he's always loved the sport, had a lot of amateur fights, but he said welding and TJ, a lot of money to be made if you get up to those high rises, and that's what he does during the day.
Naranjo looks like a decent athlete. Just looking at his body, it's cut up, it's ripped up, but he's in there with a young man. Even though he's 19 years old, because of his amateur background, he does bring some experience to his 3rd pro fight, and he's somebody very tall and rangy for a bantamweight. He seems to box to really give himself, to make the most of those advantages.
I've been ringside for both his fights, which took place July 15th and July 30th. I think early on you could certainly brand him as a prospect. I know he's managed by Joel Diaz, who has a very deep roster of blue chippers, including Virgil Ortiz and Luis Soria. I think this kid has a very, very bright future.
Cesar Diaz went to Knight High School in Palmdale, which is about hour and a half, hour 45 north of downtown Los Angeles. Not exactly a hotbed of boxing. Because of that, in order to get quality rounds, he drives the 2+ hours to Indio to spar against Diego De La Hoya. He'll drive down to Glendora, take on Joel Gonzalez, the Golden Boy prospect. Goes down to Southern California gyms all the time, 2-3 times a week. He said it's longer driving than the actual sparring, but he knows that he has to put in those kind of road miles in order to get better as a professional. Trained by Samuel Contreras. They met when he was 11 years old. Sam, a lot of amateurs, his first pro fighter. But he just knew that this kid had something special about him, the way he approached himself.
And Beto, you talk about driving for sparring. I still remember Antonio Orozco about 4 or 5 years ago making a 2-hour drive from San Diego before they built the House of Boxing gym up to Maywood. They actually literally used to sleep in the van for a couple of hours till the gym was open. And Antonio Orozco will be taking on Fidel Maldonado right here in the same venue, December 16th.
That's a terrific matchup.
Frisco kid, Fidel Maldonado from New Mexico, Orozco from San Diego, another Garden City, Kansas kid. Opening round scheduled for 4, the super bantamweight division. Cesar Diaz, Jose Naranjo. Working our way towards Mauricio Herrera, Pablo Cesar Cano. Good opening round between these two. Diaz sat down with the Ring TV cameras.
Well, training camp was really good. We worked really hard. The weight was perfect, and we're ready to fight. We prepared ourselves a lot by sparring a lot of professionals, a lot of pros with the same style. I know my opponent is short, so we've been sparring a lot of short people too, and that's the way we prepared ourselves. I like to fight. I like challenges, and you know, that's the only way to get known and move up, by fighting someone hard.
Seeing some body work from Naranjo, trying to come over the top with sort of a right haymaker, but Diaz really took that round on the strength of a very stiff jab. Diaz had some nice body shots as well.
Cesar Diaz, Palmdale, California. Mom and dad were born in Jalisco. He was actually born in Aguascalientes, Mexico. I just like saying Aguascalientes because that means Doug Fisher can tell the stories about calling a fight there in a bull ring.
A bull coliseum.
Bull coliseum. Oh, you went fancy. You went big time.
That's how they do it in Aguascalientes.
Diaz, over 100 friends and family are here in attendance for this fight. sparred Lomachenko. And Jojo Diaz will be fighting December 18th at the Forum. Why are you sparring Jojo as a southpaw? I need to get experience. He's thinking.
Yeah. That is some amazing gym work right there. That's what, I mean, really, that's what makes Southern California such a hotbed for professional boxing.
And keep the tweets coming using the hashtag RingTV Live, like Cynthia leaving work from UCLA on the 405, plugged into the aux, listening to us. She's not watching the fight,
Eyes
but she's
on the
listening.
road. Eyes on the road, please.
Friday on the 405. I mean, you can watch the fight. You're not going anywhere. Thanks, as
That's
always,
true.
for the support. Appreciate it. And of course, our security blanket, Linus in Philadelphia, watching. You're watching Cesar Diaz take on Jose Naranjo.
And Naranjo, if you take a look at his record, lost 3 in a row, 4 of his last 5, but all of those, his last 3 were against undefeated foes, including Hector Tanahara Jr., who stopped him in 1.
That was on the Canelo Cotto card. And here he is loading up is Diaz.
And Beto, he's switch hitting here. Most of those big left hands came out of the southpaw stance.
Yeah, but the left is doing some damage to Naranjo right now.
And he's doing this in front of Golden Boy President Eric Gomez, who just sat down, and Golden Boy matchmaker Roberto Diaz. And they have a keen eye on Cesar Diaz right now.
I like those uppercuts. And he switched him up. He was landing with the left and with the right. And I like how when he lands a punch, he changes his foot position and then gets off from a different angle. He never just squares up in front of his opponent.
Is that more of an advanced technique?
Oh, yeah. Oh, you'd be surprised. I mean, there's some fighters out there who are top 10 contenders that don't do that. They get away with it because they're super tough and they've got heavy hands, and that's just what they do. They stand in front of you and grind you down, but the expert way to do it is to continually change your foot position when you're on the inside.
He is managed by Joel Diaz, no relation. Trained by Sam Contreras. Tonio Diaz also in the corner tonight. I mean, getting quality sparring in the Coachella Valley.
Oh, yeah.
And you're seeing the results.
Yeah, having the Diaz brothers in your corner and having Joel manage you, that's a lot of experience there. They have so much combined boxing experience in and out of the ring to impart to a young man like this.
Heavy shots being landed by Diaz here in the second round. 19-year-old from Palmdale looking good.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, if you head on over to the Tecate Formal Bar area right now.
You're seeing Diaz get undershots and counterpunch at the same time. He did a lot of damage with his left hook. There's a right uppercut to the body, a left to the body. And his head and his body are moving at all times. He did get caught with a right cross from Naranjo, who did not come here to lay down.
Over?
On the corner's instructions.
The fight has been stopped. Naranjo's corner has stopped it.
Doc, you want to come on over? The corner's
They're
stopping it.
Here, Rudy Barragan has the microphone. They want the doctor to come check out
La van a parar on the corner's
and the fight
advice.
has stopped. The corner for Naranjo has stopped it. He stays on his stool, doesn't come out for the third round. And Cesar Diaz, the 19-year-old who was just getting warmed up, is now 3-0 with 3 KOs in his career.
And Naranjo took a beating in that second round. Maybe there's something wrong with his hand, maybe something wrong with his jaw. We don't know yet.
Corner on the advice of the corner, stop the fight.
And there you hear Rudy with on the advice of the corner, stops the fight with Cesar Diaz.
That is wraps up.
Our main event tonight, Mauricio Herrera in the building, El Maestro. Riverside, not too far of a drive. He sells some tickets here at the Fancy Springs Resort Casino. Walking in, he does look different for this fight than he did in Vegas, Steve.
Well, Beto, he admitted for the fight May 7th against Frankie Gomez, he basically made weight. That's another way of saying fat camp. I think the layoff that he had from his fight against Hank Lundy at the Los Angeles Sports Arena really affected him, and quite frankly didn't do his job by staying in the gym. I think he realizes how important this fight is in terms of his late career. career prospects. He's 36 years old. Another loss, I think, would be catastrophic for his fortunes.
Yeah, that story that you wrote on UCN Live, go and check it out right now while we have a break, about Mauricio Herrera taking on Pablo Cesar Cano. Very candid. I mean, you didn't write Fat Camp, but as he said, he stayed out of the gym and didn't realize how hard it was to get back in there. He gave Frankie Gomez his credit for winning that night, but he sounds different from reading your story.
You know, there's nothing that wakes up a fighter than a loss. Adversity, to me, is the great motivator. I think that when you win, that can camouflage a lot of things. At that point in time, guys, we were all there. He was 35 years old, and age is just a number. And, Doug, he looked like an old 35 on that night.
Yeah, I mean, it's not like Herrera can't handle a loss. He has lost before, but he never lost decisively. All of his previous losses, either a lot of people thought that he actually won the fight, or he gave his opponent hell. And that was the first time we saw him just completely outclassed. And it was by a young guy who was known for not being the most Spartan of athletes. So that, I think, that hurt his pride.
Right, and also stylistically, the night before, Cano fought a guy, I think it was Alan Sanchez.
Yes, it was.
Just a bad style. Really tall, a lot of movement. I get the sense in talking to Robert Diaz, he likes the way these guys fit together inside that ring.
A quality matchup. And you were talking about two solid 10, 12-round fighters, two guys who have challenged for major world titles. And, of course, both of them want to do so again. To do that, they have to win.
There you see Sam Contreras with his young fighter, Cesar Diaz, improves to 3-0. Coming through with the Eastside Barbershop sponsorship. Okay, I see you working. You got sponsored now. A couple fights in it. There you go. Pablo's ready to go.
Palmdale, California, and Aguascalientes, Mexico. Cesar Omar Diaz.
There he is. Cesar Diaz is now 3-0 in the 19-year-old. 3 fights this year, 3-0. Good debut for him, for the Golden Boy fighter from Palmdale, California.
He looks really promising. I love his technique. I love the sharpness. He's got decent hand speed, obviously some pop on the end of his punches. And he seems to be a student of the game as we watch some highlights of this bout.
And Doug, you mentioned this earlier. He'll be a bantamweight eventually, just 19 years old. He's got something you cannot teach. That is size and length. I think by the time he gets to the mid-20s, again, I don't want to forecast too far ahead. I could easily see him at 18, 22, and eventually growing into a full-fledged featherweight.
We'll be back with more from the Belasco. The Belasco's December 2nd. Tonight, we're in Indio. You're watching Ring TV.
Bernard Hopkins takes on Joe Smith Jr. Mexican superstar Gabriel Soto making his way into the ring. Make some noise for the undefeated Oscar Duarte.
Ladies and gentlemen, Oscar de la Hoya's Golden Boy Promotions, sponsored by Cerveza Tecate Born Bold. Let's get ready for 6 rounds of boxing in the lightweight division. Your 3 judges scoring, sus 3 jueces, Rudy Barragan, Pat Russell, and Alejandro Rochin. And when the action begins, your 3rd man, Eddie Hernandez. Introducing to you first the fighter. Professionally, he stands with 9 victories, 8 losses, and 5 of those victories coming by the way of knockout. Representing Ciudad Juárez, Chihuahua, Mexico, Ronnie Alvarado. And his opponent across the ring, standing in the red corner, wearing red trunks with white trim. His official weight, 134.2 pounds. Professionally, he stands unblemished with 7 victories, no losses, 1 draw, and 3 of those victories coming by the way of knockout. Hailing out of Parral, Chihuahua, Mexico, Oscar Duarte. And here's your 3rd man to give out the final instructions, Eddie Hernandez.
Gentlemen, I've been over the rules with you both. You know what I expect. Touch gloves. Good luck.
Mark, you ready? Mark, good.
Ready? 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 Let's go. Box.
Ready to go. Oscar Duarte, Parral, Chihuahua, Mexico in the red trunks, taking on Ronnie Alvarado in Ciudad Juárez, Mexico. That's right across the border from El Paso. Oscar Duarte, 7-0-1, 4 KOs. He's 20 years old. Interesting story. How did Golden Boy find him? Well, he was brought in as an opponent to take on Alejandro Salinas last September at the Velasco Theater, and he came away with a split decision. That was one where afterwards, Golden Boy matchmaker Roberto Diaz said, "Who I talk to is your manager. I like the way you fight." He's like, "Me? Well, who'd you come with?" "Well, me." "Well, what? Who? What? What is your background?" "I'm just a kid from Mexico. I latched on to another kid who was fighting on the card. You guys needed an opponent on a day's notice. I am here. Yes, I will come fight again." And then after that, Golden Boy brought him back against Archie Weah, signed him, and now he is 7-0. You talk about living the American dream. Connects to 1-2. He now has a manager in Pepe Gomez and a promoter, Golden Boy Promotions. And he is now with Joel Diaz in India. Who was he trained by in Chihuahua? I would go to the gym. There was some guys there.
Whoever.
Yeah, eating.
Whoever was there that day.
Yeah, eating properly for the first time, taking vitamins for the first time in his career, and his body is starting to fill out here. Somebody that Golden Boy is really high on here in his young career.
And one thing we saw in his U.S. debut against Salinas, who was the heavy favorite, he was an amateur standout from Youngstown, Ohio.
Trained by the same guy who trained Kelly Pavlik.
Jack Lowe.
Yeah, that's Jack Lowe. And they went tit for tat. I mean, they went at it. What he showed us is that he could take a shot. He has heavy hands, and he's got a lot of heart. But in his recent bouts, since relocating out here in the Indio area to train with the Diaz brothers, we're seeing more athleticism. We're seeing better technique. We're seeing him put his punches together better and start faster.
Duarte is the first time his mom and dad are watching him fight as a professional, because in Parral, where he's at, a city of 100,000, boxing's not a big thing. And his mom and dad drove 18 hours to get here, he and his brother, along with their other son, to watch him. Mom watching him fight for the first time, ran into her in the hotel lobby. That I was like, she's like, "Okay, you're the one who sends the shout outs to us in Mexico." I was like, "Yeah, nice, mucho gusto, la gente de Parral." And you're like, "I am so nervous." I'm like, "Wow, you've seen your son fight?" She's like, "I've never watched his fights. I'd watch it after the replay.
Right.
I've never seen him live in person." She didn't know how to behave. She was asking all kinds of questions about Steve and Doug. I told them they're awesome people.
Gee, thanks, Beto.
Of course, hey, hablan boxeo, mis amigos. 10 seconds to go in the opening round. It is scheduled for 6 between Oscar Duarte and Ronnie Alvarado, the Fancy Springs Resort and Casino in Indio.
no me falte. Hey, ese jab, soltarlo, arriba, abajo, 1, 2. Esos rectos los ocupo más. Rectos y cabeceando, ¿ok? Ya le sentiste la pegada, pero al igual, tú también lo lastimaste a él. Se golpes al cuerpo, lo lastimaste, ¿ok? Le pegas al cuerpo y lo lastimas, ¿ok? Vamos, dale agua.
Sit down. Wipe that down. Larry, wipe that down. That water. Let's go. Box.
Second round, scheduled for 6 lightweights. Oscar Duarte, Ronnie Alvarado. Duarte 7-0-1. He's in the red. Alvarado 9-8, a veteran. Has lost his last 3 fights. One of them being to the stablemate, Joseph Aguirre. Diamante Aguirre in attendance here tonight, also trained by Joel Diaz.
Aguirre, more advanced in his professional career. Also, I believe, has ties to Pepe Gomez.
Yes, he does.
In Mexico.
The Cancun boxing.
Right, which means those guys could fight here or they could fight in the Cancun area because Pepe Gomez puts on a lot of shows in Mexico.
Saludos a Pepe Gómez que nos está mirando en Cancún. También a Paola Andres. Saludos desde Colombia.
But Aguirre is somebody who maybe next year might sort of make that step into like legitimate contender status in the 135-pound division. And it looks like Duarte, who we have to remind ourselves, he's just 20 years old. He looks like he's on the fast track.
Dig into the body, going upstairs with that hook. It's an adjustment. He's living in the United States for the first time this year. As the trainer, admitted that he got a bit homesick. It's not like he moved to Los Angeles, he moved to Coachella, which is completely different.
Yeah, I mean, he's out here in the desert. He's a whole lot out here.
You know, Beto, Jesse Magdaleno could tell you something about that.
Oh, yeah. But it's just
dirt crazy.
But, you know, with Oscar Duarte, just being around some of the prospects of Joel Diaz, that's the one thing about being at a really tough gym is just by osmosis, you will get better if you're dedicated to this craft day in, day out.
I'm seeing some nice combinations. I like that he goes to the body with both hands and then brings it right back up to the head, but he keeps a nice tight guard on the inside.
Not just clear about Duarte. If he has a preferred punch, he's a natural left hooker. Gets a lot of leverage off that front foot. If he lands another one,
he
on
puts
cue.
his weight on it before he uncorks it. I'm sure you noticed that.
A 1-2 from Duarte. Valente que está mirando en Parral, Chihuahua, la familia de la casa de Tío Rocks.
Boy, those left hooks in the body. I don't know how much longer Alvarado can take that.
34-year-old Alvarado.
And look how comfortable and relaxed Duarte looks.
Calm.
Yeah.
Duarte started boxing in the streets with his friends because they found some gloves in somebody's house. So let's just go down because there was no formal boxing gym where he grew up. And he's just unloading with his hands right now. Alvarado's rugged in game, but he is getting worked right now by the 20-year-old Oscar Duarte. 10 seconds to go. It would have been an excellent round for Oscar Duarte from Chihuahua. Good 1-2 from Duarte, and that'll do it for 2.
Él entra a la media y te pega el golpe.
¿Cómo estás? ¿You okay?
Bien.
Okay?
No tienes que dar
Abajo, la espalda. Dale la espalda.
Keep an eye
Ya
out.
miraste.
Keep an eye out.
En cuanto lo conectas, no me lo
He's
dejes.
doing fine, but
Y agarre aire.
he's doing
Cuando
fine,
agarre
but
su
he's taking
pegadita
some
para
shots, so
atrás,
we'll
agarre aire,
keep an eye on him.
Strong second round from Oscar Duarte.
Chingón.
Most of his success came from his left hand to the body. He also landed some choice left hooks to the head and some nice straight rights right at the end of the bell.
And Doug, I thought late in that round, those left hooks started to set up right hands over the top that visibly shook Alvarado.
Duarte's not the fastest guy, not the rangiest guy, so he's not a guy you expect to be moving around the ring and working just solely behind his jab and doing a lot of damage from the outside. He's going to do most of his damage from mid-range or in close, because his feet are kind of heavy.
Yeah.
But that's okay. He's a heavy-handed cat, and he seems durable in there.
Duarte also co-managed by Gabriel Soto, the novella star. Big deal down in Mexico, flew up just for the fight, flew in, he's gonna fly right back out. So this kid went from nobody knowing him, nobody giving him a chance, didn't even know how to collect the per diem. Now he's got a team behind him, and now he is loading up to the body.
And Beto, he is left hooking out of his Nikes. You can just see him really digging in and just pivoting off that front hip.
And they are loud. It makes an impact when he laughs. Hats off to Ronnie Alvarado for taking this much punishment.
Punishment, key word, Doug. Alvarado, he's game. He's a veteran fighter. He's going to be in there. He's going to fight with you. Talked to him earlier. He said, I was going to try to run around the ring, try to box with him. I don't want to get into a slugfest with him because I can't. This is exactly what's breaking out right now.
He doesn't have the physical strength to stand in here and fight this kind of fight with Duarte. You can tell just by looking at his physique. He's the narrow guy. He's the older guy by 14 years. I'm sure there's some wear and tear on that body, even though he has 19 fights.
Alvarado's day job, he's a delivery driver for Coca-Cola. Oh, he is wearing it right now. Every body shot, he takes a deep breath. Every chance he can to breathe, he is doing it right now, is Ronnie Alvarado. Being patient is Oscar Duarte. 20 years old. More body work. Dig into the body. Upstairs,
Blood from the mouth of Alvarado. And these body shots are the kind of body shots that force most guys to take a knee.
Alvarado, a lot of heart. And you can see on Duarte, like, dude, I am throwing every single kitchen sink at you right now.
Yeah, he's trying. I mean, he's just not absorbing punishment. He's trying to fire back. Doesn't have the speed to catch Duarte. Doesn't have the power to do any real damage.
More body work. Textbook body work. This is something that Duarte did not have when he showed up to the United States. He didn't really know how to use the heavy bag the right way. They didn't know how to use the double end bag the right way. All new to him in the training techniques, and you're seeing it start to pay dividends here against Ronnie Alvarado.
Stop.
Right now we're gonna clean up. We're gonna clean up the canvas, huh?
Watch out, watch out.
Hurry, we're gonna clean the canvas.
How are you? You okay?
Anda bajando mucho esa izquierda.
Taking a lot of shots here. We're starting to get a little concerned.
Another punishing round for Ronnie Alvarado, courtesy of these combinations from Duarte. We saw a hook cross combination. And there was a beautiful lead left hook, followed by a straight right. These are accurate shots. These are heavy shots.
Muévale más el tronco, hijo. Muévale el tronco.
We're gonna set up a stoppage. We'll set this up. He's taking more like that.
Oscar Duarte, Ronnie Alvarado in the fourth round. Saludos a Fernando Barbosa, Barbosa Box, watching us on Ring TV. You're watching Oscar Duarte, Parral, Chihuahua, contra Ronnie Alvarado, Ciudad Juárez, Mexico. Beto Duran, Doug Fisher, and Steve Kim working our way towards Mauricio Herrera, Pablo Cano. This has been all Oscar Duarte. Yeah, I was mentioning in the last round that he learning a lot of different things living in the United States. Golden Boy told them, you move here with Joel, we will find you fights. And they have done that. This is his 5th fight this year.
Beto, you mentioned the heavy bag. Duarte just looks like a guy that does work the heavy bag a lot, just with the way he goes down low with that left hook. I've always said, if all you do is work mitts, you're going to learn how to throw a lot of combinations up top. The only way you're going to learn how to really throw body shots is actually get on an old school heavy bag.
What about the poodle?
Well, the pool noodles I think need to be used when you're about to drown. I'm not a big fan of that. Okay?
But the heavy bag, you not only do you learn how to go to the body, but you learn how to shift your weight and get leverage behind your shots to the body and to the head.
And you're seeing that from Duarte here.
But you're right, Beto. That was a good observation. The first time we saw him fight, and I can't believe it's been more than a year. I can't believe that was last September. But he was a headhunter.
That fight against Alejandro Salinas, who highly touted amateur, he had to lose 10 pounds in 2 days and was happy to do it. He just wanted an opportunity to fight in the United States. He was, at that point, an engineering student. He's put off his education here to chase his boxing dream. A lot of credit to Ronnie Alvarado, the backbone of boxing, those journeymen that come in, give you rounds, and they don't just lay down for you. They make you work and earn everything.
Yeah, he's a game journeyman. And he's done more than enough to earn his paycheck.
As you heard referee Eddie Hernandez between rounds with the doctor say, if I see more abuse, I'm going to stop it.
That's a good idea.
Alvarado's trainer didn't even show up with him. He's actually borrowing the trainer for a fighter later on the night.
Which is not uncommon.
Yeah. Nope. That's some about things like, oh, well, I got to get in the ring, not him. Just the attitude of these guys, these veterans, just, oh, well, what's next? Sweet science.
Alvarado's not having a bad round, by the way. He's landed some shots. They just don't have the effect that Duarte's punches have on him.
10 seconds to go in the round. It's scheduled for 6. Duarte, Alvarado, and Indio.
Agarra aire, recupérate. Vamos a comenzar de nuevo, ¿eh? Oscar. A ver. Oscar, este vato no trae nada para lastimarte, ¿ok?
Okay?
Round 5. Round 5.
You did a little bit better that round.
Action from round 4. These guys actually had some nice exchanges in there. Round 5 was probably Alvarado's best round all fight. He still lost it because it's Duarte landing the heavy punches. And a lot of those shots are to the body.
5th round is scheduled for 6. Oscar Duarte in the red and white. Parral, Chihuahua. That's where he's from. Good left hook, opening up the round. Uppercut. 1-2. Duarte trained by Joel Diaz in Coachella. Ronnie Alvarado. It is game. Alvarado's corner telling him he's looking bad. I don't see what they're seeing. It's Duarte just coming in.
I think wishful thinking on Alvarado's trainer, hoping that Duarte maybe is getting a little winded, getting a little tired in there. You see a little bit of that on his face, but he's punching just as hard as he did in the early rounds of this bout.
Doug, that's what's so valuable about fights like this. You actually have to learn how to go rounds. You can spar 12 to 15 rounds in a gym, but fighters and trainers will tell you, unless you've actually done it under the lights in a real fight, you don't actually know what it's like.
And he goes down. Big shot landed.
3, 4, 5.
I think that's more of a cumulative effect.
7.
Overall fatigue and punishment.
And it is over. Eddie Hernandez looks into his eyes and said it is over. A 5th round stoppage for Oscar Duarte. El Orgullo de Parral, Chihuahua, Mexico. He improves to 8-0. Alvarado's
I seen
game. He
enough.
got dropped, was leaning up against the ropes. Eddie Hernandez, a veteran ref, said, no, we have seen enough.
And we saw him. There's a right to the temple.
Oh, that's attrition.
Yeah.
That is attrition
It
right
really
there.
was. It was a cumulative effect of the punishment that he took over the 4 previous rounds, and then a shot to the temple just discombobulates his equilibrium.
And I think the referee did a great job of actually reading the situation, looking at the guy's facial expression, looking into his eyes, reading the body language, and let's face it, this fight was going all one direction from the very beginning. Great stoppage.
Before that, we were talking about how, Steve, you were saying he has to earn his way. You got to learn how to do it. This kid learned tonight.
Yeah, and this was, I thought, even though he won every round big, he had to work every round, and he got 5 good rounds in tonight. I think he's a rapidly improving fighter. He's come a long way in about 12 to 13 months.
And he's happy he gets to go back home for the first time in 6 months. That homesick really does add something to you. And there he is. There he is, his brother on the side. Su hermano del lado. Drove 18 hours to see his brother fight.
You know,
get the stoppage.
And Beto, it is a sacrifice being in Coachella. It's that old line about certain cities. There's no there. And that was the problem that Magdaleno had. He simply got bored and really almost had cabin fever.
Yeah.
And it is a sacrifice, but at the same time, there's no other place you can get work quite like that.
We have the official time of 1 minute and 13 seconds in round number 5. Declaring your winner by the way of a knockout, Oscar Duarte.
Oscar Duarte, now at 8-0, his 4th stoppage. Against a very game, Ronnie Alvarado.
You see the highlights from this bout. Duarte loading up with every shot, keeping his composure throughout. You could tell in rounds 4 and the first part of round 5 before the fight was stopped that he was feeling it.
I think what Duarte is going to be, at the very least, is a good, solid, fan-friendly television fighter. He will make for a lot of good bouts as he starts to face guys that are going to punch him back a little bit. He's not the most elusive guy. He's there to be hit, but he's got a very, very solid left hook, and I think an overall improving arsenal of offensive weapons.
So wins the night for Marvin Cabrera, Joshua Franco, Cesar Diaz, and Oscar Duarte. At the top of the hour, it'll be Morgan Fitch, Travis Scott, then Keandre Gibson, Maoni Montes, and then the main event from Indio, Mauricio Herrera, Pablo Cesar Cano. For everybody on the Golden Boy digital staff, I'm Beto Duran saying we'll see you at 7 o'clock on Ring TV. Resort and Casino in Coachella Valley, Indio, California, to be exact, about 2 hours east of downtown Los Angeles. Gets going undefeated. Morgan Finch, Keandre Gibson, a highly talented Golden Boy prospect. Main event, Mauricio Herrera, Mexico's Pablo Cesar Cano. That's next. Golden Boy Promotions. Beautiful scenic November in the Coachella Valley. Not too cold, not too hot, just right, and perfect weather for Golden Boy Boxing coming your way. The main event tonight, Mauricio Herrera. Last time he was in the ring, said it wasn't him. He didn't feel right in a loss against Frankie Gomez. He's from Riverside, will have a huge following on his side tonight in Indio, California. El Maestro and his opponent from Mexico, also coming off a loss, Pablo Cesar Cano, a fight that is, my partner Steve Kim says, the loser has to hit town. They could be losing their promoter tonight. Herrera Cano should be a good one in our main event. And heating up inside, there you see the ring. We've already had 4 action-packed fights, 3 more coming your way. We're at the event center at the Fancy Springs Resort and Casino. A little home away from home for Golden Boy Promotions, here once a month. And it's always good to join you wherever you are throughout the United States and around the world. I'm Beto Duran alongside the editor of RingTV.com, Doug Fisher, and longtime boxing scribe and host of many boxing podcasts, Steve Kim. Thank you for joining us, and let's just get it going. Mauricio Herrera is a fighter, Doug, who when he was in the ring against Frankie Gomez in May, looked his age, at that time 35 years old, was schooled by Frankie Gomez, but he's a fan favorite, a fighter that's gone up against some of the best in the division, and he comes to scrap.
Oh, absolutely, and we're used to seeing him give everybody he fights hell, and that just wasn't the case the last time we saw him in May. He lost every round to the younger fighter, and I'm sure that had to hurt Herrera's pride because he's a veteran. He's somebody that a lot of people believe beat Danny Garcia for the junior welterweight championship. So in his mind, it was a wake-up call. He really wants to set the record straight and show the world that he is still a contender.
Pablo Cesar Cano, Steve, we were there that night on the Canelo Con Eve. He went up against Alan Sanchez. That was a fight where just Styles did not make his night.
No, absolutely not. Simply too tall, too rangy, and also the movement really negated some of the strengths of Cano. And you look at this record, he could also be described like Mauricio Herrera as hard luck. I thought he got robbed against Paulie Malignaggi for the WBA welterweight title back in 2012. Also on his ledger are names like Sugar Shane Mosley and Eric Morales. But as you mentioned before, as you take a look at this fight, it's not only loser leaves town, it might be loser may have to leave Golden Boy. This is for standing within the promotional company. And guys, it's a fight for relevancy.
And relevancy means you can go to Twitter and talk about it. And you have the poll that you can go and vote on it. Go to the Golden Boy Twitter page and check it out. Who will win, Herrera or Cano? Our co-main feature tonight, Keandre Gibson from St. Louis, a fighter that's undefeated. A lot of action in those hands.
A lot of speed in those hands, a lot of athleticism, a lot of talent, and he's been putting it together. He's got a good training situation in Las Vegas now. And Steve, when I look at Gibson, I see a fighter who's right on the cusp of transferring from being a prospect to a legit contender. All he needs is quality rounds and a little bit more activity.
And health has been an issue, guys. This is only his second fight of 2016. He last fought on March 25th. This bout here against veteran trial horse Hector Velasquez had a bit of an elbow injury which has hampered him. He hopes to make that next step up coming in to 2017.
That's our co-feature, Keandre Gibson against Maroni Montes from Los Mochis, Mexico. A good fight, a good test for Keandre Gibson tonight. And it all gets going. Our first fight of the night, Morgan Finch taking on Travis Scott, super middleweights. Finch undefeated. Some talk about this kid, like, okay, who is he? Roy Jones has talked about him. He's not a Golden Boy fighter, but he's a fighter that Golden Boy has their eye on, and he sat down with the Ring TV cameras.
Well, when I was younger, I used to always box with my cousins in the backyard. But as I got older, I mean, I did other sports, you know, and then I quit school, you know, and I was going down the wrong road, you know, and my moms and my pops threw boxing out there because I was always athletic, you know, do I want to join boxing because they see me going down the wrong road, and you know, boxing, you have to be disciplined, you know what I mean, to do the sport. So I got into it, I fell in love with it, I love it, you know, it's not just my job, I love what I do, and that did, and getting married did, having my family. Woo. Being married, being a dad, the best things life has, you know what I mean? And that's what I got. Hopefully this is a game changer right here, you know? I mean, I am 33 years old, but hopefully this is the game changer. You know, we stay in the gym, we live in the gym, literally live in the gym, have a room right there in the gym, you know? So, I mean, we're ready to go, man, ready to go.
Big Chief Morgan Fitch, there you see him. They had to take the headrest off of him. Remember the Humas Indian tribe, 17,000 residents in the Louisiana area.
And Beto, on the night of April 23rd, as Gennady Golovkin blew out Dominic Wade, it was Roy Jones on HBO said that he had a guy that could challenge Golovkin that he knew of, and he said Morgan Fitch. And Doug, I think at that point he crashed BoxRec servers.
That was a heck of a name drop.
Yeah, it was.
La Hoya's Golden Boy Promotions, patrocinado por Cerveza Tecate Born Bold, presenta nuestro siguiente cotejo, pactado a 6 rounds en la división de peso supermedio. 6 rounds of boxing in the super middleweight division. Your 3 judges scoring, sus 3 jueces, Sergio Caiz, Rudy Barragán y Alejandro Rochin. And your 3rd man at the bell, el tercero en la superficie, Ray Corona. Introducing to you first the fighter standing in the blue corner, wearing red trunks with black trim. His official weight, 163.6 pounds. Presentando ustedes en la esquina Tecate Azul, vistiendo calzoncillo rojo con negro, con un peso de 163.6 libras. Professionally, he stands with 19 victories, only 1 lone defeat, and 5 of those victories coming by the way of knockout. Presenta un récord de 19 victorias, 1 derrota, y 5 de esas victorias por la vía del knockout. Hailing out of Baton Rouge, Louisiana, Travis Scott. And his opponent across the ring, standing in the red corner, wearing multicolored trunks. His official weight, 163.6 pounds. Y su rival en la esquina Tecate Roja, vistiendo calzoncillo color multicolor, con 163.6 libras de peso. Professionally, he stands unblemished with 17 victories, 0 losses, 1 draw, and 8 of those victories coming by the way of knockout. Presenta un récord perfecto de 17 victorias, 0 derrotas, 1 empate y 8 de esas victorias por la vía del knockout. Representing Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania by the way of Raceland, Louisiana, Morgan Fitch. And here is to give out the final instructions, el tercero en la superficie, Ray Corona.
Peace. All right, it's perfect right here, Touch gloves. God bless.
Ready to go between Morgan Fitch and Travis Scott in Indio, California. Let's look at the tail of the tape for this too.
Yeah, Fitch is 3 years younger at age 33. Scott is 1 inch taller, and his wingspan is 4 inches longer. We'll see if he's able to put that reach advantage.
Steve, you said it on that night that Triple G was fighting. BoxRec was crashed. What did they find when it did open up about Fitch?
Well, he's relatively untested. I mean, his last victory, June 18th, was not a really big one. And also his last fight in February against Timothy Hall has not really stepped up. And as you've mentioned, this is a bit of an audition in front of the Golden Boy brass.
He is undefeated. His Finch with the Indian, Native American colors around him. The design. 17-0, turned pro in 2010. Fights in Pennsylvania, most of them. Louisiana, West Virginia. This is his first fight west of the Mississippi.
Very engaging guy, Morgan Fitch. I had a chance to talk to him a little bit. I saw something I didn't seen before yesterday at the weigh-in. He's one of the few fighters, instead of drinking a sports drink or Pedialyte, actually has spicy V8, which makes him a fan favorite of mine. He says it's great for the vitamins, the potassium.
They still sell V8?
And the mineral. As a fan of V8, yes. And by the way, I only drink it for the flavor, but he actually had a big jug, and he said it's the best thing to actually coat the stomach before you actually go eat after a weigh-in.
Travis Sweet Feet Scott is his opponent. He's in the red. Baton Rouge, Louisiana, from the Bayou. First time fighting outside of the southeastern U.S. area. He switches from southpaw to orthodox.
A lot.
Yep. Only his third fight since May of 2013. Hasn't fought more than a year. So, see how much ring rust the 36-year-old Scott has.
Interesting. Scott is the taller fighter, but he might be the naturally smaller fighter. 8 to 10 years ago, he was fighting at weights as light as 148 and 151 pounds. He's probably matured into a natural middleweight, but Fitch appears to be a natural super middleweight.
Both Fitch weighed in at 163, as did Scott, for this 6-round bout. Try to find some video on Morgan Fitch and on Travis Scott, as we normally do. Go, YouTube has everything. Really not much footage out there on either of these fighters.
Now, these guys are under the radar. In fact, it's kind of surreal for me to see.
Yeah, in this day and age?
Yeah, 2 fighters from Louisiana, and I was actually in Baton Rouge and New Orleans earlier this week. So the state followed me here to Southern California.
Yeah, Fitch, originally from Louisiana, moved to Pittsburgh. He's training over there with the name Paul Spadafora.
Right, in fact, that's his trainer, Tommy Yankello, veteran boxing guy, best known for working with the Mercurial Southpaw.
And Yankello is a very knowledgeable trainer, very good trainer, probably underrated.
Final seconds of the opening round between Morgan, Big Chief Fitch, and Travis Sweet Feet Scott. Second round of action, Morgan Fitch with the aqua around his waist. Take on Travis Scott in all red. Fitch 17-0-1. The name that stands out when you look at his box rec, Darnell Boone.
Oh, the Diesel.
The godfather of gatekeepers.
Steve, you love that guy, don't you?
No, I do, because he is a true boxing soldier. This is a guy, I mean, again, Warden Kovalev, who has a more unique perspective than him. He has faced both guys and actually had success. He floored Andre Ward back in his 10th pro fight with the right uppercut. Had a split decision loss to Kovalev in their first outing. Also faced Adonis Stevenson.
And Fitch struggled to a 6-round draw against Diesel, but he's in a good club.
Yeah.
Guys who have struggled with Darnell Boone include the guys who are in the main event tomorrow.
He gave Willie Monroe his first loss.
Yes.
Darnell Boone, check out Steve. Did you write that one? Or?
Yes, I did.
A lot of good stuff on UCN Live. I keep seeing the Coyote Duran retweets. I don't know if you wrote it or he wrote it. Check him out, UCN Live.
Coyote just cleans up the numerous editorial mistakes that I make as I hand in those
A
stories.
shout out to Coyote Duran and all copy editors.
All Duran shout outs, good for me. And then also check out Doug's mailbag on Friday and Monday. What's the email for that?
Dougie@boxingmailbag.com.
It's so good. And keep using the hashtag RingTVLive. We are checking them out. We'll send you your shout outs as the night progresses. We're in Indio, California, watching Morgan Fitch and Travis Scott.
Kind of a backhanded jab from Travis Scott. Some referees will not allow it. Other referees will, but it can be a bothersome type of punch if it's something you haven't seen before.
Little redness underneath the left eye of Travis Scott in the red trunks. And everybody has an opinion here at the Fantasy Springs Resort and Casino. You're hearing it. There you go. There's that combination the fan wants him to throw. Well, this is also two fighters that are not from the area. You have to figure out, okay, who is this? So you're going to come in, you better put on a show.
You know, Beto, as you mentioned, this being a bit of a tryout for the Golden Boy brass for Fitch, I think he has to be a little bit anxious. I think there's more pressure on him, not just to win, but to also look good in what is his debut here on the West Coast.
It's not going to be easy to look good against a guy whose nickname is Sweet Feet, and he's constantly switching stances. And he looks athletic. I mean, he looks like he's fast and nimble out there. A defensive-minded fighter. Stick and move guy, and like I said, he's got one of those jabs, especially when he's in the orthodox stance, where it's a backhand.
Final seconds of the second round. It is scheduled for 6 between Fitch and Scott in Indio. In the hands wrapped, our main event, Mauricio El Maestro Herrera, the teacher. Riverside, California, gonna have a lot of friends and family in attendance. He's from about an hour away from where you are tonight. Fantasy Springs Resort and Casino. Started boxing as a pro at the age of 27, quickly made the right move up the ranks, fan-friendly style. And our co-feature coming up next, Keandre Gibson, St. Louis, Missouri, undefeated, 15-0, a lot of action as he takes on Maroni Montes from Los Mochis, Mexico, Sinaloa, where his opponent's from. Keandre now living in Las Vegas. That's coming up next, but right now we're watching Morgan Fitch and Travis Scott. As always, thanks to everybody watching us, Linus in Pennsylvania, and Don José Vitela, que nos está mirando desde Montebello. Y sí, ¿por qué se ponen faldas? No sé. Third round of action. Fitch, a lot of people seeing him for the first time, and by a lot of people, almost everybody. And it's going to be hard for him to look good against Travis Scott. He has that awkward style.
Yeah. You know, Carlos Acevedo, who writes for various sites, a really talented guy, he would describe Travis Scott as a junk baller. And you're right. If you wanted to match up Fitch in a way that he'd look impressive and score a highlight reel type of knockout, this is not exactly the blueprint. I wouldn't have matched him this way. But again, you want to see what he has. And this has been a competitive fight. And I think me and Doug, it's interesting. I have it 20-18. And Doug, you actually gave the second round to Scott.
I did. I thought he was a little bit more effective in his style of boxing, mainly landing those jabs that are kind of reddening the right eye of Fitch.
You do see some power from the hands of Fitch. Married, father of 3, 2 girls, a boy. Grew up in Louisiana, not much boxing around where he was from. Made the move to Pennsylvania. That's where he really found his way around the boxing world. Turned pro in Pennsylvania back in 2010. As the mouthpiece gets knocked out, and then Scott says no, and he's starting to talk. His left eye is starting to swell.
Yeah, you see like a little bump forming underneath that left eye. And it's telling us that in the dislodged mouthpiece that the right hands of Fitch are beginning to find their mark.
As Ray Corona stops it to go pick up the mouthpiece, a break in action.
Fitch is going to need some help with those trunks, which look heavy.
Yeah,
they are sliding down.
Like that. Ray's like, look, he goes to the corner of Fitch, asks for water. They're like, no, that's not our mouthpiece. Give me the water.
You know what? I actually like that move for one reason, and it doesn't really fit here, but that'll ensure that the mouthpiece gets washed off very quickly. I've seen that as a stall tactic in certain fights. They'll take their sweet time going up the ropes. They'll fiddle with the water bottle. You want that thing washed off quickly, go to the opposite corner.
I was like, oh, wait a minute. There's a lid on here. Oh, got to take the cover off. Jab from Scott in the red trunks. Baton Rouge, Louisiana, the Bayou. SEC country, right? If you're an LSU fan. Steve, of course, ACC all the way with Miami. What are you doing in Louisiana, Doug?
Visiting family.
That's right, you got family down there.
New Orleans and Baton Rouge.
Don't get too many fighters coming out of there.
No, not anymore. Got to go way back for standout fighters out of Louisiana.
Final seconds of the round between Fitch and Scott in Indio.
Fitch trying to back Scott up with his jab, lands the right hand, which dislodges the mouthpiece. There it goes. Fitch stalking throughout round 3.
You have to jab right away. You have to jab first. That's what we talked about. You're waiting on his jab. You got to jab first.
And cut the ring off.
Then you got to cut the ring off and shoot the fucking right hand. You're pushing him into the right hand. You got to win the rest of the rounds.
Pick up his hands. All right, mouthpiece is still out. Let's go.
You're listening to the red corner of Morgan Big Chief Fitch.
That was Tom Yankello, and I thought he gave Fitch very good advice, which is to close that distance with his jab. Don't wait. Don't be beat to the jab by Scott. Beat Scott to the jab. And that'll help him cut the ring off.
Scott in the red trunks. Fitch bringing some aggression here to open up the round. Swelling from the left eye of Travis Scott. He's doing a lot of talking in there. He switches from orthodox to southpaw. Finally a shot landed in this fight.
That was the first major left hook landed by Fitch, and it woke Scott up, who returns fire.
Crowd's been yelling for these guys to throw. Finally get a little something here in the 4th round. It's scheduled for 6. As this time, Fitch's mouthpiece is dislodged. Now I see what you're talking about, Steve. That mouthpiece was washed a little bit longer in that corner. All right.
You know, although, if you're Tommy Yankello at that point, I think that Fitch is having some offensive success, starting to, I don't want to say break him down, but I don't think you want a long break in this particular circumstance.
You hear Ray Coronel saying, watch your feet. The southpaw is Scott. Worried about a clash. I think there might have already been a clash. Ray was over here yelling at us and something happened to the eye of Fitch. And there you see some blood from the nose and the eye. Morgan Fitch, we're asking between rounds what happened there. Fitch undefeated, 17-0-1. Patient fighter. Travis Scott is not going to allow you to get any kind of solid licks off of him. The way he moves around. And if this is an audition for Morgan Fitch, interesting opponent that they chose.
Yeah, this was a tough opponent to shine against. Because like you said, it's hard to hit him. His body's always at an angle. He's constantly switching stances, and he's constantly moving. That's a tough target.
Less than a minute to go. There was a big shot landed, but it was to the back of the head of Fitch. And you see Scott apologizing for it.
He's a gentleman.
He's a gentleman sport.
Let go, let go, let go, let go.
I ain't a gentleman anymore.
Yeah. Fitch he hit on the break, I think, or tried to.
Veteran dudes Fitch at 33, Scott 36. And you can see Scott's not going to allow him to do anything, whereas Fitch is trying to pick up the pace a bit. Well, Roy Jones from the Florida area, right? The Panhandle?
Yep, from Pensacola.
So maybe he's seen Fitch against different opponents. 10 seconds to go in the 4th round. It's scheduled for 6. Crowd begging for any kind of action right now. Ready. Punch, got it.
Once again, ladies and gentlemen, I want to remind the crowd, December 16th, Oscar De La Hoya's Golden Boy promotion returns here to Fantasy Springs Resort Casino.
You're not throwing your combinations to finish him with a jab. And you got to double your jab up to the body to head like you're doing in sparring. You hear me?
December 17th, live on HBO.
You have to double your jab. You have to feint, double jab, up and down your body. You have to push the fight right now. You have to win the last 2 rounds. You're going to blow the fight.
It's all going down December 16th here at Fantasy Springs. December 17th.
Right to the body, left hook from Fitch. Scott spins off the ropes. Fitch trying to find a home for his jab, not having an easy time. Scott remains elusive and crafty.
As always, thanks for checking in. Daenerys Rocio, huge fight fan, connected to the families in the boxing world. Yes, we are trying to give you the background on these fighters. First time you see them, we got to give you the bios of who they are. They sit down with the Ring TV cameras. They give a lot of information and introduce them to you here. That's what we do here on Ring TV. Checked in with Ray Corona between rounds. He said that the cut on the eye of Morgan Fitch was a result of a punch, not a headbutt.
And that punch was landed in the last round? Or
Yeah, in the last round.
4?
Early on in the 4th round.
Okay, in the 4th round.
Early on. And as Ryan Scalia mentioned, the original opponent, Isa Samir, was scheduled for Morgan Finch. Samir, a different style than Finch, would have been in there.
Much more aggressive. I think he would have been more there, as they say. We saw his brother a couple of months ago, 2008 Olympian Basti Samir.
Yep.
Yeah, if he's anything like Basti, he's aggressive.
Yeah, Scott is certainly someone who floats like a butterfly and doesn't sting at all. This is a very, very elusive style to try to really corral. One thing Yankella wanted in between rounds, he wanted some of Fitch's combinations to start to the body and then work your way up with the right hand over the top.
5th round scheduled for 6. Big Chief turned pro in 2010. Got married to his wife Jamie in Jamaica. Baby boy Morgan Jr. I like Travis Scott. Every single time he is talking. 1-2, gets hit with the right, sticks out the tongue. The tongue was already coming out. Well, there you see some of the potential that Morgan Fitch does have. A little pop.
As you see Scott, Doug, I could tell he's been very influenced by the likes of Roy Jones.
Oh, yeah.
You can just
Unfortunately,
really
doesn't
tell.
have the explosive power of Roy Jones.
You know, Roy Jones is like the Hope Diamond. There's not a lot of them. I mean, those guys, to me, are naturally God-gifted. They have a certain intangible that you cannot teach.
But the way he gets low, kind of crouches and sets traps, backs up, lets
Clicking
you come
jab,
forward, and then tries to, surprise you with a quick counter shot. Jones was the master at that. The difference is those, and all the
replacement to face Ray Beltran. Name that I'm hearing, guys, a hard-hitting Mason Menard out of Louisiana. Right?
Another Louisiana lad.
And the other thing that I've heard is that Juan Francisco Estrada might actually get that slot. And I think it's clear that HBO is trying to set up the rematch between Chocolatito and Estrada, who back, I believe, in 2012 at the LA Sports Arena had a very memorable 12-rounder.
Oh, yeah. Chocolatito had to fight hard to get that win. And I think that's one of the best matchups to be made at 115 pounds and in any division.
And also on that night, it was announced by Top Rank via press. Let's go to the decision.
Este combate se ha ido a la distancia de 6 rounds, por lo tanto tenemos la decisión de los jueces. And ladies and gentlemen, after 6 rounds of boxing, we go to the judges' scorecards. Judge Sergio Cais scores it 58-56. Alejandro Rochin 59-55, 59-55, 58-56, and Rudy Barragan scores it 57-57 even, 57-57 for your winner. By the way of majority decision, su ganador por la vía de la decisión mayoritaria, Morgan Fitch.
Big Chief improves to 18-0-1, gets the majority decision. Somebody had that a draw, huh?
Yeah, 3-3. I thought there were several close rounds, but I thought 5-1 or 6-0 was about right. And again, Morgan Fitch, let's hope we get to see him again against a more stationary style. One note, guys, wrapping it up December 10th, it's been announced by Top Rank that the vacant WBO heavyweight title fight between Joseph Parker and Andy Ruiz, that will be picked up by the network. So good news for U.S.
And that's a good
fans.
fight. That's
Yeah.
a good heavyweight fight between two young contenders.
And then December 16th, Steve, here at the Fantasy Springs, before Slava and Herrera go at it, the Atrisco kid, Fidel Maldonado, and Antonio Orozco matchup.
And I think that's a very good action-packed fight. You take a look at Maldonado. He's had a very deep history in this venue, from getting blown out. I forgot against two, but also he rallied lit against Michael Perez.
It was Omar Figueroa
Yes.
who beat. Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, and Morgan Fitch is going to join us. All right. Sits down with us for the first time talking to him. Big Chief Morgan Fitch joins us. The camera's right there. Morgan, how you doing? Congratulations.
Thank you.
You heard the decision, majority decision. What'd you think of your performance tonight?
It wasn't the best, I can tell you that. You know what I mean? I mean, my opponent, I thought he was going to stay in the pocket a little more. You know what I mean? But he was moving. I mean, I was trying to adjust to it. I mean, it was a 6-round fight. I'm not a 6-round fighter. You know what I mean? I'm an 8 to 10-round fighter. You know what I mean? So as the rounds would have went, you know what I mean, it would have gradually started going. But no excuses, you know what I mean? It was what it was. Travis Scott, you know, I take my hat off to him, man. I mean, he's from my backyard. You know what I mean? I was always known of him, you know, and I'm glad we got to get in there, you know what I mean? But I thought it was going to be a little bit more, I thought it was going to be a little bit more
action.
Boxing. Yeah. Yeah.
Fighting.
Yeah.
Tell us
You
what
know-
you're seeing here with these replays. This is from round
You know,
4.
he kept moving from southpaw to orthodox.
Yeah.
And then he just wasn't going to stand there and let you trade with him.
Yeah, yeah.
Well, he kept moving, period.
Yeah. You know, but the tapes I seen with him, you know, I mean, like I told the guys earlier, I mean, I really don't watch too much of my opponent, like all the rounds that he boxes, but the rounds that I seen, like he stays in the pocket a little bit more. He wasn't moving as much, you know, but like I said, man, I mean, it was a great fight. You know, I mean, I just wish it was more rounds.
Yeah, in round 6, you started to switch your attack a little bit to the body, and I think it set up more to the head. You had a very strong round 6. So you believe if there was a round 7 or round 8 or even up to 10 rounds, you could have wore him down?
Yes, because, I mean, as you see, I mean, I was getting stronger as the rounds went on. You know, as like round 5 and round 6, I was gradually starting to pick it up. You know, I mean, which I should have did from the door because I only had 6 rounds, but I mean.
Is that the main takeaway? There's always a learning experience with every fight. What's the main thing you've learned from this fight?
I could have been a little bit more patient, but I mean, like I said, man, I just had to go in the beginning rounds like I did round 5 and round 6.
You don't sound
You
like
know.
you're too happy with your performance tonight.
I mean, I got the win, you know, so I take.
That's what matters,
I take looking bad and winning beside looking good and losing any day. You know what I mean? But yeah, you say it. You know what I mean? Because I know that I could perform way better.
But this
you
wasn't
know.
the Morgan Fitch that people should expect.
Yeah, exactly. Myself.
Exactly.
You know, so I mean, but like I
18-0,
said,
Big Chief Morgan Fitch comes from Pennsylvania, gets the victory for the first time in California. Coming up, Keandre Gibson. He sat down with our Ring TV cameras.
thank you.
How I got into boxing is my dad. My dad used to be a fighter. My whole family was boxing, so I got into boxing. My dad took me to the gym when I got old enough to fight, and I fell in love with it, and I've been in it since 8 years old. Well, the type of fighter I am is a boxer puncher. You know, I can box, I can punch, I have fast hands, fast feet, and I don't like to get hit, so I'm very defensive. It's not about me putting on a show, it's about, it's more of a battle with myself. I want to perform so well, so it's like, you know, I just be so anxious to get in there and show what I got, so that's what it really is. What I'm trying to get out of this fight is another stoppage. My last fight, I fought another guy that had a lot of fights. You know, I was able to get him out, make him quit early in the fight. So I want to make this guy quit, and hopefully, you know, I can land another big fight. I can move up to HBO or something big. Of course, I feel like I'm ready to fight the best out there right now. You know, I've been looking at a lot of guys that's in my weight division. I still can compete at the 140 weight division, or I can compete at the 147 division, but, you know, it's definitely a lot of fights out there for me, and I feel like I'm ready. You know, next year I'll be 27 years old, and I'm not getting no younger, so I definitely feel like it's my time.
And there you see him coming into the ring right now, the opponent, Maroni Montes, Los Mochis, Sinaloa. He takes on Keandre Gibson.
Ladies and gentlemen, making his way into the ring, he is undefeated, represents St. Louis. Make some noise for the undefeated Keandre Gibson.
And we take a look at Keandre Gibson. And Doug, I still remember the first time I saw him was actually at the Wild Card Boxing Club prior to Ruslan Provodnikov's first bout against Tim Bradley. Very impressive with this hand speed. And last year, prior to the dud of the century, he was one of the main sparring partners for Manny Pacquiao as he prepped for Floyd Mayweather.
Well, he was a highly sought after early in his professional career as a sparring partner for anybody who was going to fight somebody with a lot of hand speed.
Yeah.
So that was Timothy Bradley, that was Adrian Broner, and of course that was Money Mayweather. And he's somebody who's fought the 8-round distance several times. He's gone the 8-round distance 4 times. This bout is scheduled for 8 rounds. I think after this bout, if he comes out okay, if he comes out victorious, I think next year it's time for him to step up to 10-round bouts, because I think he's ready. But maybe this is the bout where he proves that.
It's our co-feature tonight, Keandre Gibson and Maonri Montes.
And I would consider this a step-up opponent for Gibson. You would too, Steve?
I would, based on experience and the fact that Montes is still just 26 years old. This is a very, very seasoned veteran.
There you see Keandre Gibson out of St. Louis.
Going to the soft midsection of veteran Hector Velasquez. Been in with everybody. A lot of wear and tear, a lot of miles on that veteran fighter's odometer. But he gave Gibson some resistance. Gibson was able to showcase his wares. Fast jab, fast combinations.
And Doug, you talked about his training situation. We saw that last clip. At that point, he was with Dewey Cooper. That fight was in March the 25th. He is no longer with Dewey Cooper, and talking to his advisor, Mike Miller, he's had some problems finding some stability within that corner. In fact, he lasted only 2 days in India with Joel Diaz. And so I don't really know, when you start to get to that 10-round level, you want to have a cornerman or a stability in your corner.
Yeah, you need consistency and some continuity in your training camps.
Right now, I don't know if that exists with this young man from St. Louis.
Well, that's not a good thing going in against a guy as experienced as Montes. I'm looking at Montes' record, and I'm seeing Humberto Soto, 12 rounds. He lost, but he went 12 rounds with a tremendous fighter. Eric Bone, a solid guy out of Colombia, went 10 rounds with him. Ashley Theophane, who we held to a split decision.
Many people thought he won that fight.
Exactly.
And, you know, this is only his second fight of the year, but I don't think rust will be a factor, given the fact on October 14th, He did stop Javier Lopez in 3, so I expect a pretty good version of Montes tonight.
There is Montes. Big guy. Big guy for a dude who started his pro career at featherweight. Definitely looks like a good size junior welterweight, if not welterweight.
But again, a lot of these Mexican fighters, they start even before the age of 17.
Yeah,
so that could be
prepubescent, absolutely.
That could be a little bit deceiving.
Also, Los Mochis at Sinaloa area, hotbed of boxing for Mexico.
Of course, a lot of talent came out of there. Some all-time great talent, as a matter of fact, out of Sinaloa, because Culiacan is there, not too far from Los Mochis, and that the hometown of the great Julio Cesar Chavez. With so many talented fighters out of Los Mochis, from Jorge Arce to the Fernando
The whole
Montiel.
fighting family. Jose Felix is from that area, lightweight contender.
A lot of talent. Felix just had a victory recently.
Of course, a lot of talent out of St. Louis, Missouri.
Damas y caballeros, Oscar de la Hoya's Golden Boy Promotions, patrocinado por Cerveza Tecate Born Bold, presenta este cotejo pactado a 8 rounds en la división de peso welter. 8 rounds of boxing in the welterweight division. Your 3 judges scoring this bout in ringside. Sus 3 jueces, Sergio Caiz, Pat Russell y Alejandro Rochin. And your 3rd man at the bell, el tercero en la superficie, Eddie Hernandez. Introducing to you first the fighter standing in the blue corner wearing burgundy trunks with black trim. His official weight 146.2 pounds. Presentando ustedes en la esquina Tecate Azul vistiendo calzoncillo color guinda con negro con un peso de 146.2 libras. Professionally he stands with 30 victories against 5 losses, 1 draw, and 20 of those victories coming by the way of knockout. Presenta un récord de 30 victorias, 5 derrotas, 1 empate y 20 de esas victorias por la vía del knockout. Puritito Los Mochis, Sinaloa, México. Mahonre, el Rusito Montes. And his opponent across the ring, standing in the red corner, wearing black trunks with white trim. His official weight, 146.2 pounds. Y su rival, peleando en la esquina Tecate Roja, vistiendo calzoncillo negro con blanco, con un peso idéntico de 146.6 libras. He stands undefeated with 15 victories against no losses, 1 draw, and 7 of his victories coming by the way of knockout. Presenta un récord de 15 victorias, 0 derrotas, 1 empate y 7 de esas victorias por la vía del knockout. Hailing out of St. Louis, Missouri, Keandre, the Truth, Gibson. And here is your 3rd man to give out the final instructions. Aquí está para dar las instrucciones finales, Eddie Hernandez.
I've been over the rules with you both. You know what I expect. Your trunks are a little high, so we're going to go here, okay? Yours are good.
Yeah.
Touch gloves. Good luck.
And let's look at the tail of the tape for this fight.
These welterweights are the same age at 26 and the same height at 5'10". Gibson's wingspan is 4 inches longer.
Bethel Duran, Steve Kim, and Doug Fisher. Will Wright leading our way. 8 rounds, in the welterweight division. Fight number 6 of the night here at the Fantasy Springs Resort and Casino in Indio, California. Keandre Gibson in the black with white. He's 15-0, 7 KOs. Coming from St. Louis. That boxing background that he has. Now living and training in Las Vegas, Nevada. Maroni Montes, Russo Jr., the Russian Jr., because his dad, Jose Montes, his trainer, was a pro fighter. They said he looked like a Russian at the time he was fighting. You know, those Mexicans get a nickname. They
El
just
Russo.
stick with you. El Russo was his name, exactly. And it stuck with him, and now his son is Russo Jr.
That's okay. There's fighters from other countries who go by the Mexican. You have English fighters and
Russian fighters, as a matter of fact.
Evgeny
Gradovich was the
Gradovich.
Mexican-Russian.
Well,
right,
everybody
so-
wants to be a Mexican now.
Exactly.
Now,
So
I don't know if that's good or not.
it's okay for a Mexican fighter
For a
to
fighter.
borrow another nationality. Why not?
Well, there's the Japanese fighter, El Mexicanito, right?
Right. Tomoki Kameda.
Down in Mexico City. Where you're watching Keandre Gibson. What's the book on Keandre Gibson?
Well, he's fast, he's quick, he's very twitchy. The question is, at the upper levels, will he be able to hit hard enough or often enough to really overcome that deficiency? He's got a lot of skills. It'll be interesting. How does he stack up against other welterweight prospects such as Igis Kavalishkis or Konstantin Ponomarov?
Yeah, it's a good question. He was a very good amateur and obviously a very good gym fighter. A sought-out sparring partner, but doesn't necessarily mean that his talent and his skill set is going to translate in the professional ranks once you step up beyond the 6- and 8-round level.
Most of Montes' fights have been in Mexico. He's fought in Arizona once, California once, and against Ashley Theobain in Nevada. Other than that, though, everything in his home state, home country. Keandre Gibson, his third fight in a row here in California. Steve, you mentioned that he had some health issues, elbow injury.
Yeah. Looks good early on. Very fast, very sharp, very quick. I think for Montes, at least for a round or two, this is going to be a battle to adjust to the speed and the quickness of Keandre Gibson.
Yeah, but I like what I see from Gibson so far. He's being first. He's getting off, and then he's getting out of the way.
Gibson, 26 years old. They're both 26. Montes, though, turned pro 4 years earlier in 2006. 10 years as a professional for Maon Jared Montes.
36 professional fights, 192 total pro rounds. Gibson has 83 total pro rounds, so obviously the experience leans in favor of Montes.
Look for the right hand. 2 jabs. Look for the right hand up or down. But we got to turn on the hook, all right? We got to turn on the hook, all right? You walking, he's walking. When he's walking, he can't punch, right? So we punch first, okay? We punch first. 1, 2, 1s and turn it. All right, you looking good? Stay in the center of the ring.
Keandre Gibson beating Montes to the punch, jab to the body, jab to the chest, slips a shot, gets back into the pocket. Really was the ring general in that first round, controlled the distance.
Gotta love Twitter and people watching us online. As Joshua Sumter says, don't forget about Jamie the Mexican Conlon.
Right.
He's earned the nickname with his style.
And I saw some of the footage. I guess Conlon is training under the auspices of Manuel Robles Jr. in Carson. And Manuel Robles really has one of the deep, young, talented stables in boxing.
Yep, and that gym is one of the hottest gyms, of course, because Beto trains there.
Yep, I go.
There's also some decent fighters there.
I go there and I Snapchat.
Talk about a backhanded jab, Fisher. Jeez.
Exactly. That gym right there. Oh, the reason Conlon's there also is a fellow Irishman, Jason Quigley.
Right.
At that gym. You will see him at the Forum on the undercard of Bernard Hopkins. That's when Sal will bring out the Ballast Point beers to go with this tailgate. Also, Valentin 2828 checking in from Long Beach. Excellent photographer for True Boxing. So everybody's watching us tonight, and they're watching Keandre Gibson against Maon Montes.
Guys, we saw Montes right there chest to chest for about 20 seconds with Keandre Gibson. He's got to let his hands go at that point. That's exactly where he wants to be. And he can really smother some of the hand speed of Gibson right there. This is where Montes needs to be first, and he needs to be last.
Right, because when Gibson is at the end of his punches or on the outside and moving, it's like Montes, he can't let go.
Right.
He doesn't punch at a moving target.
Doug, if there's airspace, I think tactically that is a... Oh!
That's
that
a
low blow?
borderline. I don't know.
And that is going to be a stoppage of time. Eddie Hernandez is going to give Montes the time.
He has up to 5 minutes if he wants to take it. And I need to see a replay. Let's get a replay of that. Let's see where this landed. I can't tell.
Well-
You did see that there was some impact, though.
Yeah, can I just
Shook
say
the back of his trunk.
He's from Los Mochis. I think that was in Guadalajara.
Yeah. Let's see. Yeah, we don't got a good angle.
Can I just say
Yeah.
something? When it's the other guy, it's always borderline. If it's you, it's always low. It's like heart surgery. As long as you're having it, it's minor.
Like the NBA, I didn't foul.
Yeah.
I didn't foul. Eddie Hernandez referee in the ring. Gibson with the 1-2. Face of Montes getting red.
Montes is not going to fare well trying to jab with Gibson from a distance. Like you said, Steve, when they're in mid-range here, he needs to go to the body particularly.
If there's airspace, that is a huge advantage for Gibson. But right here, this is where he needs to make his hay.
He needs to be working. The hands have to be moving.
Has Gibson fought those rugged type of Mexican fighters that come
Yes,
in
a few
and they lean
times.
on you?
Yeah, you remember there was a gatekeeper journeyman, Loco Hernandez? They had a tough fight.
Yeah, that's right. Jose Hernandez. Actually
Yeah,
went the distance.
Jose Hernandez. That's right. That fight did go the distance. And some people thought that Gibson was lucky to get that 8-round decision.
I actually called that fight. That
Yes,
was
you
in-
did.
in August of 2014.
Time flies, doesn't it?
Oh, especially when you're working for Golden Boy. Good company. A lot of action.
They stay active.
2 fights a month. We'll be back at it December 2nd at the Belasco Theater. Abe Lopez will be the main event. He's back in the ring for the first time since beating Julian Ramirez. Final seconds of the round.
One. Get off first with the double jab. Don't go no single. When you covering up like this, you gotta get off first. You gotta punch, then cover.
When I say break, I want you guys to step apart, okay?
Yes, sir. All right, get out first. Can you get out first in the center of the ring? I need that. Don't put the mitts up and play defense first. Play offense first, okay? Offense first. Offense first. I need offense. All right? Get out first and turn it. Get out first and turn it. That's the whole key.
Action from round 2. Nice jab from Keandre Gibson. And a jab that falls short from Montes.
As Gerardo Ortiz's Quien Se Anima is jamming. Who wants some? Here in the 3rd round between Keandre Gibson and Mahonri Jared Montes from Los Mochis, Sinaloa, Mexico.
And Doug, me and you gave the first 2 rounds for Gibson. And keep this in mind, this is not a 10 or 12 rounder. This is an 8-round affair. Montes needs to shift gears now, I think, right now.
Yeah, he's fighting at a 10 or 12 round pace right now. And you just can't give away early rounds in a 6 or 8 rounder.
Eddie Hernandez telling him early on, you got to give yourself some space. Worried about a clash ahead, especially the way that Montes comes in there. Crucito.
Neither guy does a whole lot of work when their arms get interlocked. I think.
And you know what? I think that suits Gibson just fine.
It does,
really,
although his trainer was asking him to work more on the inside when that happens. Again?
Eddie's saying it was good.
Yeah, see, to me it looked like it landed on the belt line.
Eddie, that's
and I don't see Montes' belly button.
Another one on the belt
It
line.
was right on the belt line. You know, at the start of the fight, the referees will tell you, right?
Yeah.
Right here is okay. I don't know if Hernandez did that, but
It's amazing how fighters recover so quickly when the referees tell them, you're not getting a break.
It's like, okay.
Like it's Benny Hinn or something, you know?
Like, I don't need Benny Hinn. You.
That was a miracle man right there. He gave you a touch and you were okay.
Right. You can all of a sudden walk. Keandre Gibson, you guys mentioned the sparring partners. Looking at my notes from that fight August of 2014, that was in Corpus Christi where they went at it. Frankie Gomez at it, Jose Ramirez. There at the same card, at the wild card, Antonio DeMarco, he went at it with him. So he's been around. He's gone up against the guys. And he mentioned it, that he feels like he should have taken that next level. And he told me that 2 years ago.
Yeah. I don't think he was ready 2 years ago. Perhaps he is now. I think he's matured more, physically speaking.
Well, that fight you guys speak of, and the one Beto called, I believe at that point, Gibson was still campaigning at 140. And there were some issues in terms of boiling down. He would fade late in fights, and it really showed in terms of his legs.
That fight they agreed to at 145. Hernandez didn't really care for that weight.
Warren for shoving with his elbow. I didn't think it was that egregious, but it was helping him to set up some nice choice shots on the inside.
Final seconds of the third round is scheduled for 8. Keandre Gibson in it with Montes.
And there's a borderline left to the body. Montes turns away and complains. Referee Eddie Hernandez says, no, it's okay. That was good. So back into the fray they go. And there was some infighting. It was dominated by Keandre Gibson.
Turn it. December 16th.
Get up first. Two taps, and turn. All right, turn it. Get up first.
Our final fights of the year. Get your tickets on sale right now.
Both sides. Both sides.
GoldenBoyPromotions.com and Ticketmaster.com.
Guys, go.
On Twitter, Veronica, the mortgage broker / notary, says, I agree with you guys. The short for Montes seems very high.
So they go above the border. Okay.
Yep. Where you want to be these days. Montes in the burgundy with the black. Keandre Gibson from St. Louis. Crazy. Devin Alexander, that St. Louis crew. That's what he was all about coming up. Now living in Las Vegas. How do you guys have it after 3?
I have it 30-27 in favor of Keandre Gibson.
Ditto, I think it's been easy to call heading into round 4. Montes starting to press the gas pedal a little bit. Needs to close the gap. He has fallen behind big on the scorecard.
As you guys mentioned earlier, it is not a 10-round fight. It's not 12. It's only 8. Can't afford to lose early rounds. They said. There's a co-feature working our way towards Mauricio Herrera, Pablo Cano in the main event tonight.
Ooh, nice right hand landed by Montes.
Yep.
And I think Gibson was staying in one place too long. He was looking, he was measuring Montes with his jab, with kind of a slapping backhand sort of jab, and just stayed stationary too long and ate that right. And that was a nice left hook to the body from Montes.
Montes wearing those Cleto Reyes gloves, which is, you guys schooled me this, that's more known as a boxer compared to Everlast?
No, it's known as the puncher glove.
The puncher glove.
Yeah, because of the type of padding and the way it's designed, you can close your fist more.
And Everlast isn't known for that.
Well, some of their gloves are. They have a what they call a Mexican brand.
Oh, the
glove.
MX.
Yeah, the MX, and that's
it's
sort of a design like a Cleto Reyes.
Right,
so,
and that was actually the model that Floyd Mayweather objected to as he fought Marcos Maidana the second time.
I believe they did that in the first fight, as a matter of fact.
You're right.
Yeah, Floyd put his foot down.
4th round, scheduled for 8. You see that cool graphic in the bottom? Cesar Gonzalez with an S working it. Will Wright leading our way tonight. Panda directing. Ted Spears running around, getting everybody into the right spot. Good job by our staff here at Golden Boy Media and Entertainment, led by David Tatro, the Executive Vice President.
More pressure is needed from Montes. When he's coming forward and moving his hands, things happen. If he's just coming forward and not moving his hands, he's still walking into punches.
Final seconds of the fourth. Scheduled for 8.
Turn it. Your right hand is there. Your right hand is there. Go over top. Your right hand is there. Good, relax. Double jab, right hand. Good. You're looking good. You're getting loose now. Get loose and start to have fun. All right. All right, look for that right hand. On the inside. Short, 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 short. Shorten them up. Up, and turn. Turn.
We had a competitive round 4. We see Gibson go to the body with both hands. Montes landing a beautiful straight right. Montes landing a left hook to the body. Good stuff. Steve, you scored that round for Montes.
I thought he actually landed the best punch of the round, that right hand. I actually thought he had landed another good right hand at the end of the frame and a lot of nothing in between. So I have it 39-37, and you listen to the corner of Gibson, and they said, don't stand in front, keep turning him, because that's exactly what happened if he doesn't. He ran right into that right cross.
Joette Gonzalez will be fighting December 17th at the Forum, managed by Frank Espinoza. Well, Frank Jr. watching us out there, the Bishop Amat alum. Also Marv Lustanel, Rams season ticket holder, big Dodger fan watching us on Friday night. Thanks for everybody checking in.
Poor guy.
What are you talking about? It's golf season, baby.
Like I said.
Hey. Spring hopes eternal, Steve. And
Too bad.
We're in November.
Too bad it's the fall.
Watch Keandre Gibson and Russo Jr. Montes coming up from Los Mochis, Sinaloa. This is what Keandre Gibson is right here, right?
Yeah.
Quick, elusive fighter.
An athletic boxer.
Looks good in there, controls the ring.
But though he's got speed and decent snap on the end of his punches, he doesn't have a lot of leverage or power.
How do you get that power? Or you just have it?
It is something you have to be born with.
Yeah.
You can get more out of your punches with the proper technique, but he would have to kind of change his style a little bit. I don't know how durable he is to stay in there and be kind of an inside grinder the way we saw Oscar Duarte earlier on tonight's card.
The reality is punches are God-given. They are not man-made. Either you have that eraser or you don't. You know, but as we've seen in the case of Paulie Malignaggi, you can be a guy that doesn't hit very hard, but if you're good at other things, you can overcome that and do significant things within the business.
And one thing about Malignaggi, he lived or died by his jab.
Yeah.
Had one of the busier jabs and more educated jabs in the game. And that's a punch that Gibson, it would behoove him to develop to its fullest extent. But Gibson is athletic and he is explosive. And I could see where, especially as a young man, he would want to do a little more than just stick and move to decision victories. I could see where he'd want to put shots together, nice, flashy combinations.
But Doug, I do wonder, what does he do against a better offensive threat? Like, you know, another welterweight that I'm high on is the Mean Machine, Kavalishkis, who fights next week on the Lomachenko-Walters card. That's a guy with a deep amateur background. He certainly hits very hard. How does Gibson, in fact, I'd like to see that fight next year as an opener on Boxing After Dark, you know?
We're not matchmakers, Steve, but we play them on TV.
Yes.
There you see Fantasy Springs. Sun is set. Our main event tonight, there he is, El Maestro from Riverside, Mauricio Herrera. Coming off a loss to Frankie Gomez. Which one will we see? The one that was fighting in May? Or as he told Steve on the UCN article, he's different now. He actually didn't have to lose the fat in camp. He came in ready to go. He does look good in the face.
Yeah, he does. Not puffy the way it was before and after his weigh-in for Frankie Gomez.
First
Gibson. Thanks to Marvin Rivas checking in from Whittier. Army veteran, thank you for your service, sir. Join the fights now. Gibson and Augusto Jr. Montes. Marvin has Gibson winning this one easy.
So far, so good. Starting to see some flurries from Gibson and some sound effects from Gibson. That's something that he used to do early in his pro career. Kind of bark with every shot. He had gotten out of the habit in recent bouts. I don't know if that's a sign of anything, if he's feeling some stress or if he's tired or anything. Or if he just feels it helps him kind of open up offensively.
Blood from the nose of Montes. For Caneros de los Mochis jersey coming into the ring, the Mexican Baseball League team. General Sinaloa, where he's from. Montes, taller fighter. Interesting matchup he is. Can give you some fits if you're not experienced enough. That leaning on you will take a toll on somebody who's not as experienced.
That's true. Gibson's looking good. I think he's having a pretty good round here.
Más golpes, they're yelling. More punches. That's what they're saying in the corner of Montes.
I think that's sound advice. I mean, if he doesn't start punching, he's just going to keep getting punched. And his face looks like a bunch of hornets landed on it. Getting red and lumpy.
A shine from DeAndre Gibson. They're holding on. DeAndre Gibson continues to be first. He attacks right away.
Yeah, and Beto, unfortunately, also is last. I mean, it's one thing that we know that reflexively Gibson's going to beat Montes to the punch. Montes has to react and be able to punch inside and in between some of the punches of Gibson. And if he can't win on the inside or hold his own, he simply has no shot in this fight.
Mouthpiece has flown out of DeAndre Gibson. Right now, Montes' corner, they're sitting right next to it, just telling him, throw everything you got. Steve, you understood that?
Yeah, well, the bottom line is I understand the language of boxing. They need more activity, and he's going to have to overcome the deficiency in speed and quickness just with activity and really maul and smother Gibson.
Steve is from Montebello. He knows what's up, where the good menudo spots are at. He speaks Spanish.
And boxeo.
And boxeo. And it's Gibson who's throwing the punches here in the final seconds of the round. 10 seconds to go. DeAndre Gibson, you just see the speed that he has, the difference between him and Montes.
Big boys neighborhood. We getting out first. We doing the under and over, right? All right, hide your head. Hide your head.
Okay, how you doing?
Hide your head. Hide your head. Get out first. Body.
Deep breath.
Keep.
Deep breath.
Keep. Deep breath. Listen. I need under, over on both sides. On the inside. Under, over. Double jab. All the time. You killing it. You putting the show on. You starting to put the show on. You starting to put the show on.
Come on,
What round?
Round 6 action. Beautiful left hook from Gibson. He evades a jab. The body shot landed by Montes. Grazing right landed by Montes, who did close the round pretty well.
I thought he had a pretty good last 20 seconds. That's what he needs to do for the next 6 minutes. I don't think he won the round. It is a big lead for DeAndre Gibson. He stays on his feet. I think he remains undefeated.
And he's getting some good advice from his trainer, Gerald Reed, who's yelling, be first. He's asking for the under-over. Maybe that's like a right uppercut, and then you turn it over into sort of a right cross or overhand right. Wants him to keep turning Montes, which he did well in the last round.
little jawing at the end of the last round. Maybe that fires up Gibson here. His corner's telling him they're putting on a show. Jab from Gibson.
Let him go, let him go, let him go. Work out of it. Work out of it.
Eddie Hernandez, referee, telling him to work out of it. Finally jumps in, then separates them. 7th round, scheduled for 8. Good combination from Keandre Gibson.
Yeah, that was a nice 3-punch combo.
And then the clinch.
And yeah, these clinches have benefited Gibson. He's the guy in control.
Yeah.
And he clinches when he needs a little bit of a breather, and then he lets go and gets back outside of range and starts beating Montes to the punch all over again. Montes needs to be rough in there.
He was doing that earlier in the fight, and everything punched out of him. How much snap behind punches of Montes, the Mexican fighter.
Nice moves from Gibson.
Well,
Yeah.
Gibson doing a great job of punching and then resetting.
Yeah.
Just simply stepping side to side or stepping back.
Right.
And not being there.
That was that move was off a pivot on his front leg. Just kind of pivoted, got off at a different angle.
Smooth looking Keandre Gibson. Controlling that ring.
Yeah, he's evading punches really well
Oh, yeah.
with head and upper body movement, and also with his footwork.
That's footwork you just work on in the gym over and over, isn't it? Fundamentals. No pool noodles
Well,
there.
right there, a lot of that is sparring, but also shadow boxing. Getting on a nice, thick ring canvas with the nice padding, really conditioning those legs. Having one round after another doing that. One of the ways you really condition your legs in this sport, even beyond road work.
The fundamentals. Can't cheat them.
Oh yeah, DJ Ray. Let's take it back like that, DJ Ray. Let's go.
You doing your thing. Look. Hey,
that's why we touch him up in the middle.
Listen, hey, totally dominate now. Can you put the icing on the cake? Let's put the icing on the cake, all right? This is what champions are made of. This is what champions are made of. Can you finish like a champ? Let's finish like a champ. Let's finish like a champ. Get in the zone. You can stop it. That's what we're saying. Have one. Believe it. Believe you can stop it, dog. You shining right now.
Inside action from the previous round. Nice touching right from Montes. Good 1-2 combination from Gibson, who then backpedals out of range.
I found that interesting.
Some swagger, some dancing. He's in his groove and relaxed as he walks back to his corner for the final round.
I found that interesting that Gibson's corner is asking for the exclamation point. They want him to finish this fight, and it seems to me like last 3 minutes he has an insurmountable lead going into the 8th and final frame.
They want him to make a statement, obviously. Reed is saying, let's put the icing on the cake, and asking Gibson, can you finish like a champ?
Too often we tell them you're ahead. You hear guys, okay.
Yeah, coast, just play it safe.
Smart. Well, this is different tonight. Golden Boy President Eric Gomez, ringside. Matchmaker Roberto Diaz, ringside. As is Oscar De La Hoya, ringside.
And they are watching.
And Steve,
see him staring right at you.
As you guys have talked about, you've written about, Golden Boy, young stable of fighters are starting to mature and get older. Joseph Diaz, for example, went from Velasco to Indio. Now he's a pay-per-view fighter. Those kids are coming of age. It's going to be interesting. You can't have too many fighters in your stable.
You know, at some point there's like an elimination process where these guys have to fight each other.
Well,
like Ronnie Rios fighting, what's his name?
Roy Tapia.
Roy Tapia. It's a good fight. That's December 16th.
Gibson's a little bit different. He said it himself. He's 26 going on 27. He's at that stage now. I think by next year, his first fight will be a full-fledged 10-rounder. And if he wants to fight on a cable premium network for more money as he lands another good combination, again, I would love to see him fight a guy like Kavalishkas. As he's, wow, nice mustache there from Oscar.
Yeah.
Borocha, they call it.
And
he needs a cowboy hat.
Again, the question is, can he sustain this pace over 10 and 12 rounds, and how does he take the heat against a better, faster, quicker offensive threat?
You know, somebody who could be in Gibson's future down the line is a fellow Golden Boy Promotions stablemate.
Rashidi
That
Ellis?
is, yeah, well, the winner of Eddie Gomez, Rashidi Ellis.
That fight will be December 16th. A stacked card.
And some very interesting matchups on that card. And this, you know what, this was an interesting matchup on paper, and Gibson has shined. He's not putting the icing on the cake like his trainer wanted, but I think he's won the bout handily. And going into next year, he is somebody that you look forward to seeing at the 10-round distance against at least sort of a fringe contender level opponent.
Montez is a fighter whose game only been stopped once in his career. He has 5 losses. Looks like he's working his way towards another one, as Keandre Gibson has controlled this fight. Good action here in the final seconds. And that'll do it. They go 8 good rounds, Gibson and Montes. And there you see Oscar De La Hoya, the Hall of Famer, growing the stash from Movember. La Brocha, as they say it in Espanol. It's novella actor Gabriel Soto next to him. PR man extraordinaire Stefan next to him.
Stefan Friedman.
You work in politics, you work in boxing?
Yeah.
Same thing
Same
sometimes,
thing, yeah,
you know?
absolutely.
There you go, Keandre Gibson's corner with him. They asked him to put the icing on the cake. He came out and looked good on this fight.
Yeah, but you know what I love about the Golden Boys top brass is they're watching these fights.
Yeah.
They're not just coming out for the main event. They're watching these up-and-comers on the undercard and in the opening televised bout and in the co-feature. You can tell they're figuring out what's going to be the next move for this young man based on tonight's performance.
And let's look at the card. How did you have it, Doug?
I had it a shutout for Gibson. I hope that's not a Missouri bias there. 80-72. Just thought that he was the sharper, faster fighter, the busier fighter, the guy who landed most of the punches.
And I think this was a very solid outing by Gibson. I only gave Montes the 4th round. I shaded that to him with a good right hand. 79-73, I think clearly Keandre Gibson improved his record to 16-0-1.
As judges put their scorecards together, remember, main event is coming up next. Mauricio Herrera, Pablo Cano, Adrian Garcia, 161. Appreciate you watching us in San Diego. Javi, 86. Javi with 2 eyes watching us. I like your background of Dodger Stadium. Appreciate everybody watching us throughout Southern California, the United States, and the world as we're getting the official scorecards.
Ha sido la distancia de 8 rounds, por lo tanto nos vamos con la decisión de los jueces. After 8 rounds of boxing, we go to the judges' scorecards. El juez, Judge Sergio Caes, scores it 77-74, 77-74. Pat Russell scores it 78-73, 78-73. And Alejandro Rochin scores it 79-72, 79-72. For your winner by the way of unanimous decision. And still undefeated, Keandre, the Truth, Gibson.
Keandre the Truth Gibson improves a 16-0 with 1 draw, unanimous decision.
Interesting scorecards. They saw a more competitive fight than I obviously did. I think Alejandro Rochin had the best scorecard of the official judges. You know what? If Montes would have started a little bit faster and moved his hands more, shoot, maybe he could have salvaged a draw as we watch highlights from this fight. From round 1 really till the final bell, it was Keandre Gibson in command, in control of the distance, working everything off a very sharp, crisp jab. And he did some good work on the inside, too.
Doug, what I think he showed tonight at the 8-round preliminary level, he's good. He's going to win these fights. Now, as we head into 2017, how does he do against real threats over 10 rounds? That's going to be the question, and I believe Golden Boy has some decisions to make in terms of how they match this young man moving forward.
Yeah, I'm curious to see how Gibson will fare against somebody who can match his speed and athleticism, somebody who has a similar or maybe even more extensive amateur background, or how he does against somebody who can punch and is busy, like your boy, the mean machine, right? Kavalishkas. You love saying that, don't you?
I do. It just rolls off my tongue.
Now, that was a nice, quick, short combination to the head, punctuated by a left hook from Gibson. His left hook was in effect tonight. You see the wear and tear on the face of Montes. It was kind of a slapping flurry there from Gibson. But nice work inside, and what you like is that he can get off with 2- and 3-punch combinations and then get out of range without getting clipped.
You know, he doesn't have great power, does not have naturally heavy hands, but if he can work in volume, just projecting ahead to superior opponents, I can see a lot of really entertaining back-and-forth battles where he has to really outwork guys over 30 to 36 minutes.
Keandre Gibson gets the victory, stays undefeated, closing out his year. And there you see a packed house at the Fantasy Springs Resort and Casino. Our main event is coming up next. Mauricio Herrera, Pablo Cano. And there you see it outside. When you're passing by the 10 freeway, that's Fantasy Springs. Inside is where we are. We'll be back with our main event from Indio, California.
How I want to be remembered, the only is a guy that worked hard and a guy that was willing to sacrifice whatever he had to sacrifice, his career, his life, his dedication, to prove that you don't have to lay down because others might say you should. You don't have to give up because others think you should. I want to leave a legacy is that Bernard Hopkins is a damn man. And he was a man because he did things that other true men wouldn't do. And that's take the bull by the horns. I want to be remembered as a man that stood up when others wouldn't dare. When they mentioned 20, 30, 40, 50 years from now, they said that old guy right there was the son of a gun. He stood up no matter who he was. And he spoke his mind no matter what you thought. Now I'm going to continue to do what I feel is right, no matter what the circumstances.
As in Los Jefes de Jefes, Tigres del Norte is jamming right now. Boss of the bosses. That might be Bernard Hopkins, December 17th at the Forum.
He's got a lot of monikers. He's been the executioner. He's been the alien. Why not? The boss of bosses. You look at that highlight reel that we are following, so many to choose from. There were so many that weren't included in there that you could include in there, and that just speaks to somebody who's almost had a 30-year professional career.
Get your tickets for that on December 17th at the Forum. Will sell out. Mauricio Herrera is walking into the ring right now. There you see him. Oh, he's got the neon going on? You can see him?
Wow.
And he sat down with our Ring TV cameras.
You know, it was just a lot of time off before I got offered that fight, but it was a good opportunity, being it was pay-per-view on Canelo, undercard. You know, it was 8 months of being out of the gym before that, and I did whatever I could to give my 100% for that fight, and it didn't feel like me. I think my timing wasn't there. Nothing in that ring felt good. You know, I did what I could with the fighter I had, and it turned out the way it did. So now I have to be on my game at all fights, be active, not take too much time off, and keep my weight down. You know, I got to go forward and be ready every fight from here on out. Cano's still hungry, you can tell, because he makes every fight competitive. His style, I think, is a style that gives a good show to the people, and I think when I fight guys like that, it tends to make a good fight, and so it's a perfect opponent. I think we're in a clash, and we're better than a venue like Fantasy Springs, an intimate venue where everybody will enjoy it. I think maybe even fight to the year, you never know, because I feel this guy is going to bring the best out of me. I'm going to train for the best Pablo Cano. You know, the guy I've seen fight, you know, against Pauliman Naji, against Sugar Shane Mosley, his last fight, I'm going to expect that Cano. I got to expect 100% Cano, because you just never know. Some fighters could have a day off, they could not be training, but I got to train for 100% Cano.
There you see him in the ring, Mauricio Herrera. Big crowd supporting him. He walked into the ring. Event center got extremely loud. And the Twitter poll that we asked you beforehand, who will win? Using the Golden Boy Twitter account. And how did it finish up? Herrera with the crowd.
And Beto, that is the popular vote.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is
I want to point that
your
out.
main event of the evening. Damas y caballeros, este es el combate estelar de esta noche. Oscar de la Hoya's Golden Boy Promotions, patrocinado por Cerveza Tecate Born Bowl. 10 rounds de combate en la división de peso welter. Let's get ready for 10 rounds of boxing in the welterweight division. Sanctioned by the California State Athletic Commission. Commissioner John Carvelli. Executive Officer Andy Foster. In charge of the time, Mike Millsap. Your physicians in ringside, Doctors Jeff Roberts and Kelly Tucker. Your 3 judges scoring, sus 3 jueces, Sergio Caiz, Pat Russell y Alejandro Rochin. And when the action begins, your 3rd man, el tercero en la superficie, Ray Corona. Ahora bien, amigos que nos acompañan a través de la señal de Estrella TV y los presentes en el Fantasy Springs Resort and Casino en Indio, California, USA. Ajusten sus cinturones. Entering to you first, the fighter standing in the blue corner, wearing blue trunks with white trim. Official weight, 142.8 pounds. Presentando ustedes en la esquina Tecate Azul, vistiendo calzoncillo color azul con blanco, con un peso de 142.8 libras. Presenta un récord de 29 victorias, 5 derrotas, un empate y 21 de esas victorias por la vía del knockout. Professionally, he stands with 29 victories, including 5 losses, 1 draw, and 21 of those victories coming by the way of knockout. Representing Tlanepantla, Estado de México, he is a 3-time world title contender, 3 veces contendiente por el campeonato mundial. Pablo César Cano! And his opponent across the ring, standing in the red corner, wearing black trunks with silver trim. Official weight, 143.4 pounds. Y su rival, en la esquina Tecate Roja, vistiendo calzoncillo negro con plata, con un peso de 143.4 libras. Professionally, he stands with 22 victories, 6 losses, and 7 of those victories coming by the way of knockout. Presenta un récord de 22 victorias, 6 derrotas y 7 de esas victorias por la vía del knockout. Representando a su gente de Riverside, California, USA, Mauricio, el maestro Herrera. is your third man, Ray Corona.
Protector. Right here is good. Aquí está bien. Touch gloves. God bless.
Ray Corona, the referee for the main event. Let's look at the tail of the tape. Doug Fisher.
At age 27, Cana is 9 years younger. He is 1.5 inches taller, but Herrera has a slight reach advantage.
And it is loud in here. Mauricio Herrera, Riverside, California, about an hour away. He has a lot of friends and family in attendance. Pablo Cesar Cano from Mexico. We get ready to go. They don't even touch gloves. Herrera in the black with the neon green trim. Cano in the light blue trunks.
They can't be gentlemen in there. No time to be sportsmen when the stakes are this high.
No, there's a lot on the line. Taking a look at Herrera, it's one thing to lose consecutive fights when you're 25, 26. It's one thing to lose consecutive fights when you're 36 and you're not a huge draw. That is the plight of hard luck Mauricio Herrera.
And Steve, you had an excellent article with Mauricio Herrera talking about his last fight against Frankie Gomez on the undercard of Canelo and Khan. He admitted to you that he wasn't in shape getting into that fight.
More of a fat camp, had to take off a lot of weight. In fact, his last fight prior to that was July of 2015 at the LA Sports Arena. How long ago was that, guys? That building is actually demolished now.
But how ironic is it? The storylines going into that matchup was Frankie Gomez.
Yeah.
And did he need a fat camp to make
Gomez,
weight?
Whatever happened to that guy?
He went all Frankie Gomez.
We saw him in
to
Vegas.
borrow a line from you, Steve.
Paulo Cano fought Alan Sanchez and lost the night before Mauricio Herrera had fought outside of T-Mobile. A fight that was just ugly, but not a good style fight.
Frustrating night for Cano because he was in there with a freakishly tall welterweight with a good reach and a disciplined stick and move specialist.
And Steve, you said in that story on UCN Live that this is a fight where they're fighting for their promotional contract. Why do you say that?
Well, just looking at the comments of Roberto Diaz, he makes it very clear the loser of this fight, their career prospects look very bleak. They really are fighting for relevancy. And sometimes when promotional companies, in situations like this, Beto, when they match up their own guys, it's not necessarily official, but it is kind of an unspoken rule. This is a bit of an elimination bout within the company.
Good right hand landed by Herrera. Immediately, way more energy, way more bounce, and enthusiasm from Mauricio Herrera than any of those 10 rounds that he had against Frankie Gomez here in just 2 minutes.
Well, Beto, look at the weight. He came in at 143.4. I believe that fight was a full-fledged welterweight contest. Mauricio Herrera is much better when he's closer to 140 than he is 147.
His last fight against Gomez, he fought at 146. Before that, at 39 a couple times. Cano, this is where he feels comfortable at 47, 48, 46. Easy with him. 10 seconds to go in the opening round. It's scheduled for 10. Mauricio Herrera, Pablo Cesar Cano.
I like the activity of Cano in this opening round.
Doug, you said you like the activity. He had the chance to sit down with the Ring TV cameras. Did Pablo Cano.
I feel very confident for this fight. What makes Mauricio Herrera a dangerous opponent is his experience fighting in the ring against top fighters. So this is a very even match. I'm expecting a very tough Mauricio Herrera because I know that he's very motivated to be on top again. I prepared myself to go up against the best of what Mauricio Herrera has. I think he's coming in very motivated, very determined. You could expect from me to give the best performance of my career. I gotta win this fight or else my career will be in jeopardy. So there's no other options. I gotta win this fight. I'm prepared to win this fight. I'm committed and determined to win this fight.
La Ley del Monte is jamming. Crowd is fired up. DJ Ray got the people going. Good opening round. Pablo Cano.
He's about as experienced as a 27-year-old fighter can be. When you look at his record, it's not just the number of rounds that he has, and he has 185 total pro rounds.
slightly less than Herrera, who has 213 total pro rounds. But you look at the caliber of opposition. The version of Erik Morales, who wasn't completely spent at that time, he gave Morales a hell of a fight before being stopped, I believe, really on facial cuts in the 10th round. And he gave Sugar Shane Mosley a tough fight over 12 rounds. Mosley won that fight on points, but it was like 115, 113 across the board.
And Doug, the one night where I thought he may have got the brass ring, but simply was taken from him in what I believe was a hometown decision in Brooklyn.
Yeah, I thought he did enough to beat Malignaggi. Malignaggi out-jabbed him, but he out-slugged Malignaggi. He has very heavy hands. And when he's punching in combination and really letting those hands go, he does a lot of damage.
And that was a split decision loss to Paulie Malignaggi for the WBA belt back in 2012. And his next fight was against Shane Mosley. He lost that one. That was in Mexico, actually. 12 rounds. Pablo Cano. Mauricio Herrera is a fighter that, obviously in boxing, everybody has a crazy story, interesting story. But not many people start boxing professionally at the age of 27 and get to the level where he's at. He had to earn his way in those dark club shows that nobody's at.
It's very rare underneath heavyweight, Steve.
Yeah.
Somebody like between lightweight and welterweight to have that late of a start and to get this far.
Actually came up as a club fighter on the Thompson boxing circuit. They run a very good program over there based out of Ontario with Alex Campanovo and Ken Thompson. Really made his mark on the world-class scene by upsetting a previously undefeated Ruslan Provodnikov. I believe that was in about 2012 in what was a very, very good fight on Friday Night Fights.
You were close to it. It was in Nevada, 2011 against Provodnikov. Went the distance, but Mauricio Herrera, you mentioned it, that club show. Where did he get the nickname El Maestro, the teacher? Because he was going to do those Thompson shows. He was always the opponent, where at times he was fighting for no money, because by the time he ended up paying the commission, the fees, he had no money coming his way. He was schooling the undefeated younger fighters. And somebody said, you know what, you're the El Maestro. You're schooling them, just like my brother, the principal, El Profe. You're schooling these people, and that's how the nickname stuck with him, because he was schooling these youngsters in the ring, caught eyes. And Steve, you mentioned Provodnikov, Hank Lundy, Juan Perez, Mike Dallas, that's who he's gone up against. And then the losses, the disputed ones against Danny Garcia in Puerto Rico. A lot of people say it was hometown cooking, and then Jose Benavides.
I thought he won both those fights.
Good action between Herrera and Pablo Cano, building up for what should be a good 10-round fight.
The jab is working great. See, pero the guy throws the jab over his jab. Measure him. When he throws the double jab, overhead right on top, and then pick him up. ¿Sí me entiendes? Make him miss. Hey, this guy is yours, man. Es tuyo. ¿Sí me entiendes? Come on, boy. Te estás calmando más. Hay que estar un poquito trabajando. Jab all the time. The jab, arriba, abajo. No le dejes que se aparejen los rounds. No lo dejes, Mauricio. ¿Sí me entiendes?
Don't let the rounds get even.
8 more rounds. Okay? 8 rounds más, Mauricio. No es mañana. Estamos listos 100%.
There's no tomorrow.
You know that. This is your night, boy, okay? All right, now please do 2 rounds. Go.
Action from round 2. This Herrera crowds Cano. Cano doing well to evade punches and fight off the ropes. The good round. Both guys had their moments. Punching on during a clinch from Cano. Like I said, he's a ring savvy and experienced 27-year-old. He knows those old pro tricks.
Pro since 2006, 185 pro rounds coming into this fight. Does Pablo Cano. Hello to the Westside Boxing Club watching us right now. The Salcedo brothers with their young fighters, Tino Nava, Rafa Gramajo, and a very, very dedicated, loyal fan base, Westside Boxing. You see their shirts everywhere. Good club out there in Mid-Cities, Los Angeles. Third round of action scheduled for 10. Mauricio Herrera, Pablo Cano. And this is the type of fight that Cano prefers, unlike his one against Alan Sanchez where he was chasing the taller fighter.
He doesn't have to go looking for Herrera. Herrera's already got a cut under his left eye. Facial swelling and cuts has always been a problem in Herrera's career.
And we're joined by Hall of Famer and president and founder of Golden Boy Promotions, Oscar De La Hoya, the pride of East LA, the Garfield Bulldog. Oscar De La Hoya joining us. What do you see in this one so far?
It surprises me that Herrera is the one that's cut in this fight.
He's cut now.
We're so used to Cesar Cano.
Yeah, he swells up and cuts as well. Yeah, if you remember his fight with Eric Morales.
Exactly, with Eric Morales, and he did actually get some of that upper bone in his eye shaved down. So he won't get cut. So maybe it is working, and it's a great fight. I think it's gonna heat up in a couple of rounds, and we're gonna see the tremendous fight. So it's an even fight for me.
Are you surprised that Cana has come out as strong and as fast as he has in the first 2 rounds?
I'm actually not surprised. I've been here, and he's been looking excellent in the gym. He's trained hard. He's really motivated to win this fight because it's sink or swim for either guy. So I think Cesar Cano is coming out strong. He is the younger guy, I believe. Yep. Herrera looks in form. He looks determined, focused. But sometimes age does creep up on you overnight.
Herrera 36, Cano 27. Oscar, you just said it, sink or swim. Why do you say that for this fight?
Well, because look, both guys have a few losses in their career. Both guys are at crossroads where I believe the guy who loses maybe goes back to the drawing board, and the guy who wins is going to have another shot at being on a high-profile card.
Final seconds of the round between Mauricio Herrera and Pablo Cano. Good action from Cano here, closing out the round, and that'll do it. Joined by Oscar De La Hoya. Oscar, we saw some of the younger prospects tonight. The Golden Boy stable is just stacked with these young kids that are coming up. How happy are you with the way they're developing?
I'm extremely happy, extremely proud. We have great matchmakers. Next year is going to be a breakthrough year for all our prospects. We have some exciting news coming up for 2017. Which means more shows.
Oh, that's good for us.
Which is great for everybody. More high-profile shows, if I can say. I can't really let the cat out of the bag yet, but
it's good news for this young stable.
It's great news for the young stable. Great news for the stable that is ready to make that jump to HBO and championship level fights.
December 17th, Bernard Hopkins, his last one, but that card is just stacked with these young kids that are coming up. Joseph Diaz Jr., the co-main on that one.
Joseph Diaz Jr. We also have an exciting card the night before here at Fantasy Springs Casino, where Shabransky
and Sullivan Barrera.
Exactly, which is going to be a great fight. So we want to end off the year with a bang, but believe me, 2017 is going to be huge, not only for Golden Boy, but for boxing.
We got a good scrap building up right now with Pablo Cano in the blue trunks, taking over from Atizapán de Zaragoza, Mexico. In the state of Mexico, that's where he's from. El Domador, the Demolisher. Why did he get that nickname? A writer saw him in his second fight, and as usual, the media, they'll give you that nickname. He was destroying his opponent, stuck with it, and he's kept it ever since.
I think it fits his style. He's got really heavy hands, and he's very busy.
I believe it was Eric Morales who told me that he's never been so hard in his life by a fighter, and Cesar Cano, I believe, was that fighter who he was talking about.
And Morales won that fight, stopped him in the 10th.
And he stopped him in the 10th, but that's
both
obviously
guys were busted up.
That's exactly the pedigree that Eric Morales is. I mean, he's a championship fighter, Hall of Famer, who it took everything to stop Cesar Cano.
Who does Cano remind you of, Oscar, style-wise? Is there a fighter that you may have fought?
And that one was low.
Grown up? Oh.
That time is called. Ray Corona's in the center of the corner. That one was real low. Not Tijuana. That might have been near El Defe.
He'll get up to 5 minutes to recover.
Yeah, that might have been Cabo San Lucas.
Might be down there with Pepe Gomez in Cancun, man. Ray Corona gonna call him over. And a point has been taken away. He had been warned for hitting on the bell, but I think that one was so egregious that a point is taken away. And Christian with the replay.
Swiping right. Oh, right hand. Yeah, left. Right on the cup.
Well, it was right. It was right on the cup. Maybe the belly button area. You know, but those punches do hurt. They have a sense of you know, that punch where sometimes it just paralyzes you just for a split second, and your legs go out on you. So you know, Herrera's doing smart by taking all the time he needs to recover.
Do you feel it for the rest of the round? Does it take some strength?
It sometimes takes a few rounds to recover from it, and you don't feel it right where you got hit. You feel it in your legs.
So why is it that you never see a fighter take like 2 or 3 minutes? Is that because maybe they're afraid of getting cold or being criticized by the crowd?
Pressure. It's the pressure from the crowd, from the fans. I mean, when you're a fighter, you have a lot of sense of pride inside the ring, and you know, when you're hearing those boos against you, you know, you either want to step up, knock your opponent out, or when you're down and you got hit by a low blow, you want to get back up and show and prove that you're macho.
And you might be a little bit pissed off for being hit there if you think it was blatant.
Oh, it looks like Herrera's kind of pissed off right now. So.
That's the voice of the Hall of Famer, Golden Boy Oscar De La Hoya. Mauricio Herrera is cut underneath the left eye. Well, Pablo Cano's left eye is swelling also here in the 4th round.
You see the punches of Cesar Cano, how they're more effective when he lands. Herrera's not really doing too much damage on Cano, but those thundering punches that he's landing on Herrera are doing some damage.
Herrera's going to have to go to the body, take some steam out of the younger man's punches, because he's not known for his power. Cano's got a good chin, so
he has a great chin, and the body is the only way to win a fight if you're going up against a fighter like him.
Final seconds of the round. That'll do it for 4 between Cano and Herrera. That is Mauricio Herrera's wife. Back here ringside, Beto Durant, Doug Fisher, and Oscar De La Hoya. And Oscar, you mentioned the night before with Sullivan Barrera and Slava Shabransky, the guy you've named the name Chingonski. But that's also one that you have Roy Tapia, Ronnie Rios going at it.
Two of our prospects that we build on LA Fight Club. It's going to be a great card from top to bottom. But again, I like seeing my guys either sink or swim. You have to, at a certain point, test these fighters.
You can't baby them, right?
You can't baby them.
Not forever, anyway.
Not forever. But there's fighters like the Gibson, who we just tested today. It was a great fight. It was a tough fight. But he passed the test with flying colors, and now we move him on to the next level, put him on a high-profile card, and that's the way you build a fighter to hopefully one day get to that championship level.
We have the digital platform, ringtv.com, where you can watch and go to the Golden Boy YouTube page, the Facebook, everything else, and check it out. That is just giving exposure to everybody around the world. Jason Quigley, for example, an Irish fighter.
Right.
Everybody in Ireland is watching him now. It's such a cool platform. It can only get better, can't it?
And he's fighting on the December 17th card under Bernard Hopkins. That's going to be a great fight. I mean, for being his last fight, he didn't pick a softie in there. So
he picked a legitimate top 10 contender who has punching power.
He does have punching power. Comes straight forward. And look, I mean, Bernard Hopkins, he takes care of himself. He's 51 years old. But you know, we're obviously crossing our fingers and hoping that you know, on December 17th he doesn't like we say in boxing, doesn't turn old overnight.
Right, Father Time eventually wins over everybody, and we have to keep in mind that Bernard Hopkins has been out of the ring for 2 years.
Exactly.
So is that a factor?
Well, he's been out of the ring for 2 years competing,
right.
And he's always training, which is a huge difference. If you're out of the ring for 2 years and you're not training, then it can be a big factor. But the fact that Hopkins is just a machine, I don't think it's going to be difficult for him to adjust December 17th against Joe Smith.
Buy your tickets now for that one, December 17th. Also, December 2nd, we will be at the Belasco Theater, the last show of the year at the LA Fight Club. That always sells out. Pablo Cano in the blue trunks, working Mauricio Herrera, who's in the black from Riverside.
We're seeing some really good exchanges here.
Seems
it's
like
hot action, but it's also a lot of rough stuff in there. And so far, I think the slight edge to the younger man.
Exactly, but Herrera, he's he's pulling some tricks out of that hat of his. You know, he is a very crafty, savvy fighter. He knows how to adjust. He knows how to survive in there. So we'll see when we go past the 6th, 7th, 8th round, see how Cana reacts, if it goes that long.
That's a good point. Herrera is called El Maestro for a reason, because he has a deep tool case.
I mean, everybody goes back to Herrera versus Garcia, where the world saw Herrera beat Garcia that night in Puerto Rico, and ever since then, fighters have been very careful when they face Herrera, and because he's like you said, he's a maestro, a master inside the ring.
He didn't turn pro until he was 27 too.
Incredible.
How many world championships do you already have at 27, Oscar? Good scrap between Mauricio Herrera and Pablo Cano. The main event, the Fancy Springs Resort and Casino in Indio, California. Thanks to the founder of the Hall of Famer, the Golden Boy, the pride of East LA, Oscar De La Hoya, for joining us tonight.
Hard round to score right here.
It's a tough fight to score.
Who do you think won that round?
Wow. Well, Herrera comes back at the end, the last 20 seconds. He comes back strong, so it's really hard to judge. I mean, I would have to. I would give it a. I would have to give it to Cano for landing those hard punches in the first couple of minutes of the fight.
But I wouldn't be surprised if one of the 3 official judges scored round 5 for Herrera.
And Tragos Amargos is jamming, Oscar, during this show right now.
We're good. We're good.
Oscar, you sticking around one more round, or are you taking off?
No, I'm good. We're gonna be. I'm enjoying this. I like this. Yeah.
All right, there you go. So
I don't want to take away Steve Kim's gig here, but
hey, well,
sorry, Steve.
You got the brocha going. November, right?
It is exactly. Just to bring some awareness to the colon cancer for men. So. I might just keep it. We'll see.
Looks good, man.
I've been called Vicente Fernandez. I've been called Pablo Escobar. I've been called, I don't know, all sorts of
Mario
names.
Almada,
you're the Latin Tom Selleck. I'm showing my age. Magnum PI.
Mauricio Herrera in the black trunks. 6th round of action. Both fighters cut on the left eye. In our main event, and you can start feeling the buzz in the building at the Fancy Springs Resort and Casino. Herrera with a lot of fans with him. 36 years old, 27-year-old is Pablo El Demoledor Cano.
And for fighters watching at home, I'm actually very surprised that Cano has not cut in this fight. He's holding up very well. I mean, the doctor, whoever he used, is excellent because Cano's a fighter who bleeds when he signs the contract.
The procedure that he had is where they kind of like file down, like the orbital bone or the cheekbone, or that just
it's
around
the orbital bone around the eye. They shave it down, you're not healed from any type of cuts, or you're still susceptible to a cut, but it is holding up well.
Cano in the blue trunks. Goes back downstairs. Already lost the point for hitting below the belt earlier in the fight. And Oscar, you continue to load up the Golden Boy stable with these young kids, the 18-year-old. You just signed Ryan Garcia.
Ryan Garcia, who I believe, again, we have a great stable of young fighters.
We've got the youngest stable, I think, out of any U.S. promoter. Guys between the ages of 18 and 20. I can't think of another promoter that has that many teenagers.
And good fighters and solid fighters who can become somebody. So, I mean, like this fight here. I mean, every young fighter aspires to be on these guys' level. So this is an excellent fight.
Well, we saw the youngsters tonight. Cesar Diaz, 19 years old, a TKO. Joshua Franco, 21. Unanimous decision. Oscar Duarte, 20 years old, from Parral, Chihuahua. With Gabriel Soto in his corner, the 5th round stoppage.
You know who I like? I like the kid from San Diego, Gomez.
Gomez.
Yeah,
Gomez is a fighter who
he looks like a beast.
He does look like a beast. He's a hard worker. He throws everything with conviction, and he just eats, sleeps, and breathes boxing. I mean, that's what I love about these young fighters. They're hungry.
Yeah. I've had fighters who have sparred with him, who are former world champions, guys with 30, 40 professional bouts under their belts, call me up and say,
"Yes,
man, that dude pushed me more than anybody."
I'll tell you one thing. We have you mentioned Ryan Garcia, who is the real deal. I've seen him fight and he does have that speed, that power, that conviction. You know.
You don't say that just to say it either. You say it, you mean it right there.
Yes, I mean it. I mean, we do have the best young talent, and like I said, I'm excited next year because we're going to be giving them tons of exposure.
Well, all these kids watch the Ring TV show. Virgil Ortiz was here in attendance too.
Virgil Ortiz, exactly, out of Dallas.
You were raving about him,
phenomenal fighter, incredible fighter. Tremendous punching power, great kid. See, one thing I love about Golden Boy Promotions, the stable, is that not only are they great fighters, but they're good kids outside the ring. I mean, Jason Quigley, you know, I mean,
they're great interviews.
Joseph Diaz, and you know that's what it's all about. If you want to make an impact, if you want to become not just a champion, but a super champion or an idol, or you know.
You got to have that charisma. You got to put on a show.
Exactly.
These guys are putting on a show. That last round was tremendous. And another tough round to score, I think.
Mauricio Herrera in the black, starting to step it up a bit. 36 years old, said his last fight against Frankie Gomez.
Great uppercut.
He had to lose weight just to get into shape. The terrible camp. He said this one was great for him. This is a good scrap between these two fighters on a crossroads fight. As Steve Kim said, the loser goes home.
Well, this is the 7th round where, like I said, this is where kind of like the championship rounds. If it was a 12, you know, if it was a 12-round fight, this is where the fight starts. This is, I believe, where Herrera should pick it up, use his craftiness, his ring generalship inside the ring, if he wants to frustrate Cano. But it seems like Cano is doing a great job in there, holding him off and using his power.
Herrera's chin holds up. Yeah, that was a heavy left from Cano that he ate. On another nice right hand, right to the ear.
As Herrera just keeps his hands down.
Well, Herrera wants to draw Cano in.
He's eating some shots if he's trying to draw him in.
He is.
And Cano is letting his hands go.
Wow.
Herrera's keeping him down.
Wow.
Cano going 1-2.
Oh my gosh, unbelievable.
Cano, el dominador, is looking good here. The fighter from Mexico in the blue. Mauricio Herrera's chin can eat some big punches. He is.
Cano's doing what he should do as the younger man.
Exactly, but you watch Herrera come back. Now here he comes.
Minute 27 to go in the round. Both of them hitting on the belt. Both of them look to Ray Corona, who says, no, let's keep going.
Let's see if Herrera can press Cano in the final minute of this fight, or this round.
Baiting him in, trying to get him tired, trying to punch himself out of the round?
Well, he is trying to get him tired, but like I said before, Cano's punches are effective. They're doing damage. Herrera's punches are not damaging.
Some damage.
Big right hand.
Herrera still hasn't got his hands back up.
Herrera is just stubborn, man. I mean, he could be a savvy guy in that ring. He can be crafty, but he can also just be a tough SOB.
He can. I mean, like I said, this is sink or swim, and both fighters know it.
Herrera going for the uppercut, lands a shot of his own. Body work from El Maestro.
That's what you want to see from the veteran. Actually, they're both veterans. One is 36, one is 27.
I love the thunderous punches. That, I mean, you can feel them here ringside. It's incredible.
Like that one right there from Cano.
Unbelievable. I mean, whoever's watching on Ring TV live, on Ring TV, I mean, if you've never been to a live fight, I mean, it's a must. It's a must. It's a whole different experience when you're here live. This is a great fight.
And these guys are giving the fans their money's worth. The people in attendance here, they're seeing two guys give 100%.
It's 100%, yes.
What Herrera always does. Good round, good action between Herrera and Cano.
And if you've noticed, Cano is not cut, which is saving him in this fight, because typically, normally, he bleeds in the first or second round.
Just listening to the corner of Herrera.
Fucking kill you and you want to fucking kill them?
Estos dos rounds.
He's fucking trying to kill you.
Usa tu inteligencia, para irles llamo. Come on, boy.
In front of my mom, he's trying to kill you.
Parado ahí.
Do you fucking understand that? In front of my mom. In front of my mom.
Vamos.
Did you need to fucking kill his ass?
Like two people talking to him.
That's what he's telling. He's trying to fucking kill you.
You see the replays, but in Herrera's corner, somebody speaking Spanish and somebody speaking English.
Right. Exactly.
Herrera eats. Herrera getting swarmed against the ropes. He's evading some punches, but he's eating some of these shots as well. Good effort from Cano. That's a nice
Beautiful
right hand to the ear. As Herrera tries to crowd him and work the body of the younger man. I thought that was Cano's round.
Coming out aggressive is Mauricio Herrera.
Here comes Herrera, yes, in the 8th round, and like I said, he is the veteran. He knows how to use his experience, but we'll see if he can keep Cano away.
I like the aggression from Herrera. I think he needs to make something happen. I'm not going to say his career's on the line, but his status as a contender or even a fringe contender is on the line. He loses this fight. I think most people in the industry are going to view him as a gatekeeper.
Exactly.
A
respectable one, obviously,
right.
but
a guy
you obviously know that he does not want that. He wants to keep on climbing that ladder and hopefully one day get to that world title.
No veteran wants to be viewed as a stepping stone.
Exactly.
Blood from the nose of Mauricio Herrera. Swelling underneath his left eye. You know, and Oscar, and I was saying this, great. Herrera's corner, there was somebody speaking English, somebody speaking Spanish. Like, who do you listen to? There was like too much confusion, it seemed like, in that corner.
Well, I mean, there's a sense of despeраcy in the ring, and that's not good for a fighter because it confuses you and it makes you think that that your corner doesn't have, not that they don't believe in you, but they think that they're maybe a little worried that you're losing the fight.
Like, was there any instruction? Like,
exactly.
You can be bilingual, but
there was a lot of confusion.
Good body shot from Herrera. Can no action on the zone. More body work. Herrera looks like he's looking for that one shot to end it. Like he's trying to load up on punches.
It makes for a great fight, but it's not good for him because he's not a power puncher.
He's doing some good work in here, though. He had a nice moment there, particularly his shots to the body.
But one at a time. 22-6, Mauricio Herrera. 29-5-1, Pablo Cesar Cano.
These last 2 rounds are going to be very interesting.
Herrera is he's not happy about some of these body shots from Cano. I know. I can tell by his eyes he believes that they're borderline or south of the border. He's not going to complain about it, though.
Cano's landed some of those on the thigh, like Charlie horse.
Ooh, that was
one.
low. Yeah,
and there it is.
All right.
Ray Corona jumps in right away. He's already taking away a point. He's going to give him the time. Will he take another point? Interesting.
And Herrera is a fighter who's not going to quit, obviously. He's a fighter who's going to take the 5 minutes maybe that you're allowed to and take the breather and relax. But then again, Herrera's a proud fighter, and he might just take 1 minute like he did right now.
Yeah. See if there's a point deduction.
There it is.
Hey, this is a huge break
That's
for
a big
Herrera.
break.
So another point deduction here in round 8 to Cano.
That was low. And another point.
Túmbalo, drop him is what the instruction is from the corner of Pablo Cano. We're sitting right next to him. Is his trainer, Pablo Cano Sr., yelling for his son to knock him down here in the 8th round. Good action, good fight. 10 seconds to go in the 8th between Pablo Cano and Mauricio Herrera.
Here he comes. Last 10 seconds.
Now, if Herrera can legitimately win this round, it's going to be a 10-8 round.
And it can be a close fight.
Absolutely.
I believe whoever wants to win, they have to win these last 2 rounds and win them big.
Having fun, Oscar?
I love this. I love this. I can, for the first time, watch a fight without signing autographs.
Oh, I was about to have a selfie with you, but no. Oscar, this Saturday, turkey giveaway from Golden Boy Promotions, isn't it?
Yes, it is. A turkey 20th anniversary.
20 years already.
Oh, it's exciting. Yeah, I mean, it's something I do every year, and it's nice. It's fun. It's rewarding, is what it is. So yeah, I'm excited that we can continue giving back to the community and just serving families that are in need, because there's a lot of families out there who are not going to eat, who don't have a turkey for Thanksgiving. So we're very happy that the De La Hoya Foundation can do this.
And this is going to be at the school?
I'm sorry, it would be at the De La Hoya High School.
Yes.
On Lorena.
And then afterwards, we go to El Tepeyac.
I'm still trying to win that T-shirt to eating that big burrito.
I tried it. Nah, they gave me the shirt, but I can't wear it. Shame. Manuel will get mad. Beth Durant, Steve Kim somewhere, Doug Fisher, and the Golden Boy Oscar De La Hoya watching a good one. What does Cano have to do in these last 2 rounds, Oscar?
Well, I think Cano has to just keep on putting more pressure, throw more punches, push the fight, and win these rounds clearly. Because I think that the fans might have something to do with who the judges are scoring this fight for.
And Herrera is the crowd favorite.
Exactly, and it is a close fight. So, I mean, look, whoever comes out strong and lands more punches and wins the rounds convincingly, I think wins the fight.
If I'm in Cano's corner, I'm telling him just to focus on the head. No more body shots. You just can't risk it.
Exactly.
You can't risk another
one
point
more
deduction.
and he can actually be disqualified.
And that would be terrible because I think he's had one of his better
performances. If I was him, I would aim for the chest.
Oh, man. See, no more body shots, Cano. Exactly. You got to just, yeah, right, aim for the chest, aim for the shoulders if you're going to hit the body, if you're not going to hit the head.
2 points have been deducted from Cano already. Ray Corona watching closely, already warning him. And giving him the look. Body shot landed by Herrera. Going upstairs is Cano.
And if I'm in Herrera's corner, I say focus on the kid's body.
Mauricio Herrera, always game, always comes to fight. A completely different version. We saw him against Frankie Gomez in Las Vegas on the undercard of Canelo and Khan.
Yeah, win, lose, or draw, this is the type of performance that we've become accustomed to from Mauricio Herrera. Just a gutsy, gritty effort where you see a lot of craft, but you also see a lot of metal.
A lot of heart. I mean, both fighters have a lot of heart. I mean, the conviction, you can just see it right through their eyes. I mean, both guys want to win, and that's what makes great fights.
I can tell Cano's in tremendous shape. He's fought at a very fast, high-volume pace all fight.
Exactly. Looks in great shape. He's looking good. He's looking sharp. He's looking focused and determined.
Cano from Tlalnepantla, Mexico. Now what word means the middle of northeastern. That's where he's at. Up in the altitude, gets some training in, gets the working in, and he's looking good through 9 rounds against
Here comes the crafty fighter. The last 10 seconds.
Trying to steal that round.
Wow, what a fight. What a fight.
Good one. It's a good one. Go to the last round.
I mean, this is an even fight. This is a 1-point fight for either fighter.
That's how I see it.
It's close. It's entertaining. I mean, this is what people come to watch boxing for. I mean, these are world-ranked fighters who at their best, I believe, right now. And look, like whoever wins moves on to that opportunity.
There might not be a winner because on my card, if Herrera wins this 10th and final round, it's a draw,
and we might have to do it again.
And thanks to everybody sending tweets, Ring TV Live hashtag. Appreciate it. Saw them all tonight. They're loving Oscar the commentator right now. And Mario Almada is another one for your brocha. As El Sonidito is jamming right now. El Sonidito's going. We're teaching Doug Ramon Ayala. We're teaching him Los Tigres Norte. He knows Tucanes. He knows what's up.
What is he going to teach us?
Boxeo. Hey, he called the fight in Aguascalientes before. He's legit.
Nice.
10th and final round. Mauricio Herrera in the black. Pablo Cano in the blue. It's been a good scrap as they go at it. 2 points have been deducted by Cano. Could be a factor into the judges' scorecards.
Yeah, going into the 10th round, I have Cano up by 1 point, 85 to 84.
Wow.
I would have him comfortably ahead if not for those point deductions.
Exactly. We'll see how the judges have it. You never know.
You ever think about that, Oscar, going into the last round, what the judges would do?
Absolutely. I mean, it takes me back to when I fought Corte. I mean, that's a perfect example. I mean, you have to. I dropped Corte, and I had to finish the fight strong. You know, that's what you do when you think that it's a close fight or you're behind.
And there you hear the corner of Cano. Ultimo round. It's your last round. They're telling him to pick up the pressure. Knock him down is what they want him to do. Pablo Cano Sr. is Trainer in the corner. Good shot landed by Herrera. Cano with the body shot.
And I can hear Cano's corner. They're telling, this is it. This is the last round. Basically empty the tank. Don't hold back.
Sierra close.
Right. Last
combination from Cano. Herrera, the last couple rounds, Herrera's just thrown one punch at a time.
Yeah, he needs to work.
Needs to work, yes, and you hit it on the nail. Nail's head is you never want to finish a fight with 5 gallons left in the tank. You want to just empty it and try to win the fight.
Hey, win, lose, or draw, if you give enough effort, if you give everything, the crowd, most fans will want to see you again.
The crowd sees it, the promoter sees it, everybody sees it, and you live to see another big fight ahead for yourself.
These guys are working hard.
Win, lose, or draw, I would love to see both guys again fight whomever.
Yeah, they make for good fights.
It's been a good action-packed fight from the opening bell between Mauricio Herrera and Pablo Cano. Action-packed, giving the fans exactly what they wanted to see tonight.
Herrera is exhausted, but he's getting some revenge for those low blows.
Well, Herrera's coming on strong. These last 10 seconds, watch Herrera come. Wow, what a fight. What a fight. Wow.
Fans on their feet, as they should be.
Beautiful.
That'll do it. 10 excellent rounds.
Well, I had a great time.
We saw a good fight
What
right
a
there.
great fight. Wow. Thank you.
Thank you, Oscar.
Thank you for helping us out.
The crowd is in attendance. Thanks for putting this show together.
And we will see you
December 2nd,
December 2nd, LA Fight Club. December 16.
Right here.
And December 17, our final show.
And then we have tamales after that.
There you go.
Pablo Cano.
Thank you.
Thank you, Oscar, for joining us tonight. Mauricio Herrera, Pablo Cano, crowd on their feet, thanking these two warriors as they went at it. As Ray Corona came over and said it, Pablo Cano had a cut on his head. That was from a punch. And the judges will have it. Dougie, I think you have Cano winning with a slim margin, right?
Yeah, 95-93. That would be a wider margin if not for 2 point deductions for low blows in round 4 and 8. Now, if in those rounds, if one of the official judges scored that round for Herrera, that's a 10-8 round. Herrera could be up on a card.
Oscar De La Hoya was supposed to join us for a round. He stayed for the whole fight. He was loving it. How'd you see it from the side, Steve?
Honestly, if I were you guys, I would have preferred Oscar over me, too. From my vantage point, it was a little bit obstructed. I think Cano carried the action right around from round 3 to about round 7. I think he built up enough of a lead. I think Herrera really is at the end, though. He still has his heart and his guts. Don't know how much he has left physically,
Physically, yeah. He looked like he just ran out of steam.
Yeah.
Gutty effort, fighting on muscle memory and pride in those final rounds. You could really see it.
And Twitter, we see the tweets. They love this fight. Action-packed,
They better.
win at it. Two warriors just battling back and forth.
And you gotta appreciate the effort that they gave.
Yeah.
They didn't leave anything in the tank.
7 good fights tonight. Here's our main event result.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 10 rounds of boxing, we go to the judges' scorecards. Después de 10 asaltos, nos vamos con la decisión de los jueces. El juez Sergio Cais scores it 95-93, 95-93 a favor in favor of Herrera. Pat Russell scores it 97-91, 97-91 en favor de Cano. Alejandro Rochin scores it 97-91, 97-91. For your winner by the way of a split decision, su ganador por la vía de la decisión dividida. Tlalnepantla, Estado de México. Pablo César, el demoledor Cano.
Pablo Cano gets his 30th victory with a split decision. over Mauricio Herrera. For Steve Kim, Doug Fisher, and Oscar De La Hoya, I'm Beto Duran saying thank you for watching. I'm not going to say goodbye. I'm going to say Steve and Doug, that's a heck of a fight. What do you think about this?
I think the judges got it right. The harder, stronger punches were landed by Cana. I thought he deserved the decision.
Yeah, I think it could have been a little bit closer than 97-91, but I do think the right guy won.
And there you see the recap. Keandre Gibson improves us 16-0. We also saw Morgan Fitch with a unanimous decision. Oscar Duarte, Cesar Diaz, Joshua Franco, and Marvin Cabrera all got victories tonight. The last show for November. We'll see you December 2nd at the Velasco Theater in downtown Los Angeles. For everybody on the Ring TV crew, great job. I'm Beto Duran saying good night from Indio.